G'day guys, welcome to the Eurasian live stream today. Good to see you all, a few regular faces. Do you sleep, mate? Ramikla, you basically, I don't know whether you sleep or see you on all the live streams. Don't neglect your sleep, mate. You can always watch me later. Richard, how are things in Kiwi land? Gil, that character has not responded to my tweets after I linked him the Malcolm Kenrick video about cholesterol. He probably didn't even respond to when you actually were you going to tweet him about the Bart one, where he got a bit of a slapping from Bart or not? But don't expect much from people like that in that regard. They're all noise, no action. Yes. Public transport and earthquakes. Actually, earthquakes in more recent times for you Kiwi guy. Well, we're all getting there. Some faster than others, but a bit. Is that me? Including some cheats in between. Probably, what is it now? 2 years, where it's more about 2 years. Prior to that, I was sort of high, sort of doing low carb, but more animal-based low carb with and then I sort of just cut out more and more of the vegetables. It was primarily things like zucchini, pumpkin, sweet potatoes. Didn't really go for sweet potatoes. It was more pumpkins. I prefer pumpkin than actually sweet potatoes. Much nicer. And zucchinis and zucchini pies and stuff like that Dad makes, which is combines dairy and all that, which is a low carb meal anyway. So, and when it comes to oxalates and other anti-nutrients, zucchinis are pretty low in that regard. So it wasn't too egregious in that regard, but it just becomes easy being more carnivorous. You don't have to prepare as much and all that. Why prepare? Go to so much effort to prepare so many things when at the end of the day it doesn't make it much difference anyway. You're not getting anything substantially more than you're getting far less than what you would get from nutrient dense animal food. So why bother? And it's not as if, and the other thing is you got multiple generations of highly carnivorous populations around the world. So that pretty much says there's no issue. It's only high plant-based communities around the world we have never seen. That's a modern day phenomenon. And from what I see, with most people being on a 70% plant-based, the sicker. And going 100% isn't going to make us any healthier. We know how long the vegans last. They don't last very long, a couple of years, and they're sick as, deteriorating and falling apart. And with excessively high homocysteine levels, which is, they just off the show. The last one, even McGregor, Dr. Gregor, that charlatan of the vegan community, even he actually showed that their level of homocysteine had gone up from, I think it was about in the mid-20s, right up to, in the low 20s, sorry, right up to 27. That's just too high. You're supposed to be 7 or below. So, and even vegetarians are basically around the, 17 18 around there. And most omnivores, that means people that just eat a regular sort of standard diet, some meat, some vegetables, and whatever else mixed, they're around about a homocysteine level of about 12. Now, most people they've actually changed they say, oh, as long as you're below 10, so they've actually changed the level. The old level, which is a more valid level in terms of inflammation, was 7 and below. When you're actually at a homocysteine level of 7 and below, you notice substantial changes in basically C-reactive protein and a whole lot of other things. So, yeah, it's just to cover that point. It is nonsense. Yes, you should. Not really sure. I don't have good memory for timelines. Keto led into Carnivore. Yep. So that was you asking Richard. The comment. I should hunt the time down for Carnivore. Frank Tofano first interested me with when Keto, then PBL likes Bart, Kin later on, so Carnivore's a while. Yeah, it's a few different people. I sort of got influenced by certain types of people. It was more Frank and Sean Baker for me, and Jordan Peterson as well, with especially Michaela's sort of story that really just sort of shit. If somebody can go, and then I actually Amber O'Hearn, from bipolar to, not requiring any meds and being stable and really healthy, and Michaela falling apart and then really getting well. It just sort of, and then it was all the N15 data, which I was aware of, but I sort of didn't. And then I went back to all the N15 data and actually looked at it more carefully and actually realized that it wasn't only the occasional bit of data here, but the extensive data that the institute in Leipzig, Germany, which is the anthropological and what is it? I'm trying to remember. Anthropological and primate. It's a research institute in Leipzig, Germany, and they've got all shitloads of human remains going all the way back. So it really helps in nailing that sucker in terms of what really humans consumed. Just fast for a couple of days and they'll sort it out. You can bring that also down at HBO1C by basically going and giving blood and then a couple of days later then doing a blood test, because the glycated amount will actually go down. So especially if you're coming off a bad diet and you're adjusting, because it takes months. About 4 months. So quickest way to basically bring down once you've changed your diet, if you want to get a good record, is to, especially for insurance companies or whatever, you're going to sort that pretty fast out by giving blood. I mentioned something across those lines earlier, just for anyone else interested. So both your parents are obese. Well, probably should be eating carbs. You know that, but the question is whether they know that or they're willing to accept it. Always a problem. Get her a chromium supplement as well. That'll actually make her a bit more insulin sensitive. Yes. And taurine to bring down her blood pressure a bit. G'day, beef-based. Follow a Tsuseta. Hope I pronounced that right. Good to see you here, mate. Yes, you're especially you, Richard. Very, very patient. Good morning to you, Marco, as well. How's the weather in Germany? Jude. Yes, yes. Yeah, that's the evening, wouldn't it be? Yes, it is evening. So, yeah, I always forget because of the daylight savings and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, you guys, we go. Yeah. It's always that sort of slight difference because you're in the previous day. I always have to remind myself that you're just about to transition to the next day. Yes. It's only the East Coast that basically are asleep at this stage. Yep. Because I was actually talking to Jared a bit earlier. He's on the West Coast. So I got in contact with him, but he was basically still awake. And I'm going, because then I remembered he told me he was going to go to the West Coast. So he was over there visiting the in-laws. Yes, that's where Richard is. Yes, New Zealand. What is it? The bottom of the world, as they say. Yes. It'd be early in the UK. It'd definitely be. North Wales. Is the temperature getting warmer? Must be getting warmer by now. You're in March, probably you're probably still getting a bit of frost in the morning and stuff like that, wouldn't you? Yeah. You can. Oh, look, if you get a good mayonnaise that's basically egg-based and doesn't have any seed oils in it and stuff like that, there are some around, but it's very rare. Or you can just get a carnivore recipe. I know that there is. Does anybody off their top of their head remember? I think I put it ages ago, a recipe for which was a mayonnaise, which was a carnivore mayonnaise. It was a while ago. I just can't remember it now. Anybody? If I remember it, I'll put it up. Okay. Record milk run just to get here on time. Good for you, Ness. Yeah, on that front, Jared's pretty good with his milk. He's all sorted himself out because he's gone from the East Coast to the West Coast. He's on the other side of Canada right at this moment. So yes, he sort of made sure he sorted out a few things with his milk before he'd gone. Yeah, pretty much we do. Yeah. Yeah, they do. They do. Bloody stupid politicians. What do you expect, Richard? Exactly. Pretty much Kiwis and Australians pretty much do actually consider ourselves as cousins pretty close. Actually, the funny thing is, you guys nearly became part of Australia. Your parliament never ratified the agreement, but you are actually written into the Constitution of Australia. So you're the only country in the world that can join the Australian Commonwealth whenever you like, if you ever like in the future date. So yes, we're pretty close. So our relationships have been very close for a very long time, as again, politicians didn't allow certain things to happen. But practically, you know, we're pretty much very close. Tasmania still has some better, especially southern Tasmania, especially some good animal products. I know you guys have as well. I'm just joking. One thing that I do like that you guys have is you can actually buy directly from the farmers, like raw milk. You can go in dispensers, which we don't have that. Actually, raw milk, not, you know, because I have my raw milk, but it basically is through that machine. So unfortunately, you lose the beneficial bacteria. You can still get it from other stuff, but still, you know, it's not like 100% bona fide. You guys are much better in that regard. Wish our government over here would basically stop being so misanthropic on the animal foods. Probably not. Sometimes your vitamin D requirements can go considerably up if you're quite sick or whatever, and you're going and your immune system is using a lot of it. So it can vary. It is like a hormone. It is practically a hormone. The body uses at different amounts. That's why it also stores. Okay. Actually, it's one fish that I don't really get that I'm sick of. I can not that I can consume it continuously, but I actually like it. Well, you guys are interesting tonight, having a bit of a conversation amongst yourselves. Not many questions. How many of D3 do you need? I'm trying to remember the conversion now. 120. That's right. 125 micrograms is 5,000 international units. It's it. 125. And not micrograms. Micrograms. Yeah, 125 micrograms. Many people just put it down. You put it correctly, say milligrams. So 125 is 5,000 IUs, pretty much. Unless you're sick or whatever, then you would up it quite a bit. That depends. What you get from the sun, anywhere between 10,000 and 20,000 IUs. But there is a slight difference in the way it's stored. You'll get more stored and not free vitamin D. And that's the other reason why supplemental, you go for the lower levels, because if your body's not using it, it will move around the bloodstream a bit longer and potentially can activate certain proteins or enzymatic pathways that can actually bring in more calcium. Not that that's a big issue in the short run, but could be an issue long term if you were to take high doses. But the body will take what it takes, and it will store both in adipose tissue, liver, and elsewhere, and then it will basically utilize it. So there is some stored as 25-OHD, and then there's also the activated form, and the activated form is on demand from the body. And then there's a certain amount of free vitamin D that actually goes into receptors. So it'll go into immune receptors. It will basically go into your prostate, your breast tissue, into a whole lot of different areas, organs where there are receptors that take it up. And it's specifically enzymes in many regards inside that tissue that regulate a number of biological processes. So I think I've mentioned about breast tissue and the prostate. There are enzymes that basically control the growth characteristics, and they are primarily vitamin D dependent, with sometimes requiring retinol or MK4, which is the vitamin K2, the animal form, but primarily they are vitamin D dependent. So if people have susceptibility to prostate or breast cancer, you should maintain good vitamin D levels to regulate those pathways to prevent inappropriate growth behaviors within those tissues. That's what the literature is telling us. Sources of high vitamin D, well, you're looking at cod liver oil, probably the one of the highest. Seafood is probably highest. You'll find eggs, organ meats, stuff like that, sort of things. K2, retinol tends to be high in all those sort of foods as well. So G'day, Angela. Good to see you here. On the hello. Oh, great to see you. Get outside for the sunshine, but it's freezing out here. There. Yes. Can be cold in the northern hemisphere at the moment. It's quite nice and warm down here. Last night in Hobart, it was quite bloody warm. I had to get the fan on. Yeah, me too. Yeah. Sort of, but I used to buy Greek olive oil from Fresh Cut. Well, Dad used to buy it for me. I used to, ask him to pick me up some, because they're sort of a wholesaler that sells to the public slightly. Dad also buys from one of the other wholesalers as well, because he's still got an account from when we had the shop years ago. So that helps. So it's easy for me to get. Oh, Blinky put something up there for me. Oh, how nice of Blinky. Blink is always oops. I should increase that, shouldn't I? Who's on top? Are you in Tasmania, Blinky? Are you down here? How did they let you in? How did you get in? I thought we had sealed the borders between you and WA. Yes. Blinky's up to his regular humour. Anyway, where was I? Yeah. Yep. G'day, Melina. Good morning, and yes, good morning for you in Poland, and evening for me in Hobart. Yes. Good to see you here. I'm still vertical, thanks to Harry. Too much information, mate. You don't sleep either, Dylan? Oh, okay. So all my all my coaching about circadian rhythms and wearing blue blocking glasses sort of just all redundant. For non-related chats. I can believe that, Richard. Bart says the same thing. He goes, well, you guys having a conversation amongst yourselves, are you? Is it salt enough to do? I need more in the diet. Marco, I will be doing an iodine. I thought I had something. I'd actually realized that I'd actually never done an iodine or a selenium one. So I'll do a really quick one on both. I've actually done on lives, like a live stream thing, but I haven't done specifically one showing all the different foods and stuff like that. So I will do one specifically to show you that in many cases you can get most of it from the food without requiring iodinized salt. But you can always have iodinized salt if you get, there are good quality like sea salts that have been iodinized. So they're not as processed. They don't have any sort of baking cake sort of ingredients or other nonsense in there. So they are an option. So there's a few options out there in that regard. I don't like seaweed, even though seaweed is not a pretty good source. Not because it's not carnivore, no, nothing like that. Because at the end of the day, seaweed is not exactly like a plant, like a terrestrial plant anyway. So it's not the equivalent. But the problem is with seaweed is you don't know the dose you're going to get. You may get too high of a dose, and high iodine is just as bad as low iodine, excessively, especially if it's not tempered or balanced with selenium. So that's another component. That's why I want to do something for both those things, because it is important for the thyroid. But vitamin D is even more important for the thyroid, because you want to close off the tight junctions to prevent stuff getting through that causes reactions to joints and thyroid and all these other tissues, the autoimmune type reactions. So that's another thing. But general functioning of the thyroid is basically iodine, selenium, and zinc. The main ones. Copper plays a bit of a role, but most people can get enough. Most people can get enough zinc. It's usually the selenium and the iodine, which is the big issue for most people. On a carnivore or even semi-carnivore, you should be able to get enough of the other nutrients, the other minerals, without any real problem. Can unhealed leaky gut be caused of continuing and new problems on carnivore? Yep, can. It takes a long time on a regular carnivore diet. It's because usually your gut is really damaged. It's really buggered. So you really need to, and even having animal foods, the problem is a lot of the B vitamin nutrients are getting hijacked by a lot of the pathogenic bacteria. That's the problem, you know. And you've got underlying inflammation, which is creating a lot of reactivity, which it takes a long time to heal. It will happen, but it's very slow and you will suffer. So in order to accelerate that and not suffer as much, all those vitamins which are the beneficial bacteria have two requirements: a higher amount of B vitamins in the system and a higher amount of vitamin D. Things that most people are quite low in. When you do come over to a carnivorous diet, you usually address to some extent the B vitamins. The problem is you're not going to grow with small amounts of B vitamins that are coming from the food, more than enough for most biological processes your body needs, but not enough to basically help your bacteria with their needs. Once they grow and proliferate in your colon and actually grow in your gut, then you don't have to worry. You don't need the B vitamins anymore. They will produce their own B vitamins and exchange them amongst each other. That's the great thing. That's when you want to stop the B vitamin supplementation, because there is a potential There's one of the B vitamins, pantothenic acid, the B5, that can actually, if you supplement it and your bacteria producing it in large amounts, it can cause an effect like insomnia effect, because it can have an excitatory effect on parts of the brain and cause like insomnia, hard to sleep. So that's the only thing you have to be very cautious of in this regard. So you've got to, I usually say about 3 months. If you start feeling any symptoms, you cut the B complex 50 immediately. Some people recommend, there are in the past some researchers have, because they did the research on rats, they sort of recommended like something equivalent to a B100. But I think that there can be a problem with humans, because our humans are not exactly like rats, and I tend to we don't need as much, and also our brain chemistry is slightly different. So I tend to err on the caution side and say go for a B50, not 100, for 3 months, and then get off it and support it, and support that. You still need to maintain good vitamin D status, both in winter and summer, by getting outdoors and by potentially supplementing in winter to maintain good levels of beneficial bacteria. You may also have to basically potentially take the Ruteri, the one that I've actually done, the Swedish Ruteri, which kills off a number of the pathogenics. So you need to suppress the pathogenics while you're rebuilding. So it's a combination of the three: vitamin D, B50, and the Ruteri for 3 months to basically keep the pathogenics under control. And usually you will restore large parts of your gut microbiome, and then your body should do the rest. So in that regard, but the leaky gut definitely is a fat-soluble vitamin thing. Retinol and MK4, you should be getting enough from the animal foods. If you're not, why not? Would be my question, because they're very high in organ meats, in dairy products, in a number of animal foods. So, you know, animal fats and stuff like that. Biggest issue is vitamin D, that we don't get enough in that regard. So that's the only thing going forward after that, to maintain good tight junctions in your mucosal barriers, so you don't get stuff going into your bloodstream that shouldn't be there, that causes reactivity and autoimmune type related issues and other nasty effects. Good morning, Bert. Good to see you here, mate. Esra, Harry, I have multiple people I know with heart arrhythmias. Do you know any literature that could help me understand the mechanism, how to solve the issue? There could be a number of issues that are causing arrhythmias. It's not one issue. Electrolytes can be an issue. Remodeling of the heart can be an issue as well. There's a potential thing. I don't know what, they did a lot of running and marathon type activity. They could have a left ventricular issue, or a left and right ventricular issue. So there could be a number of things that could be at play in that regard. Usually sorting out, maintaining good electrolyte balance. You can get most of the other electrolytes from food compared. You've seen if you go and check all my videos on the different electrolytes, the key one that you need is to get enough sodium to maintain that electrolyte balance. But on the other part, maintaining the fluid dynamics and good is also taurine plays a big role. So taurine basically helps to normalize the electrolyte sort of relationships in the intra and extracellular fluids and balance those fluids much better. The other thing that it does is it also gets rid of fibrotic tissue out of organs, the different organs, so they function better, and actually reverses a lot of these sort of left and right ventricular issues that are remodeling. It does take a couple of years, and it does sort out the heart remodeling that's actually happened and brings back the heart to what genetically it should be, you know, in that regard. So that can take a while with taurine. Yeah, it's a video that needs to be made on that, but it's going to happen this year, but I haven't done it yet to cover that in a more comprehensive way. But you can get them started on taurine at a minimum. Just remember, if they're on blood pressure meds, they got to be monitored, and they have to start in slow amounts, because not up to 5 is probably fairly safe for most people, because there are variations with genetics and everything else. So stick to safety as the first thing, and then basically also focus on reminding these people, if you've got blood pressure meds, you're taking them or whatever, you need to go and see your doctor as you adjust the dosages, because you will have to reduce the dosage potentially to nothing if you're taking this stuff, because taurine does lower blood pressure, and in some people quite dramatically, so you have to be very careful. Anyway, I'm similar low carb, keto, carnivore. Trek too much. Yep. Trek to you, much improved, but still problems. Yes, we've all got some level of damage. The cancer one that I'll be doing this week will cover some senescence, how to deal with senescence. So that will be interesting for some people to deal with some senescence in their own, because we all, as we age, we've got senescent bad cells that need to be cleared out. Anyway, Harry, I want to try including taurine into my lifting to see effects of performance. It does help. You'd recommend going about it. I'm 30 years old. I'm timing the consumption crucial. Any special brand? Get a very clean pharmaceutical grade. No fillers, no nothing in there. Okay? Absolutely nothing in there. Take it later. It also can increase GABA, which means it can actually increase the calming effect. That means the parasympathetic. So it can actually calm as well, helps with calming and with, reducing sort of stress type hormones. So it can be good. I usually recommend taking it later in the day rather than earlier in the day, when we need cortisol and other stress hormones to be higher so they can support normal functioning. Some people, it can induce certain sleepiness or tiredness. So it does vary in that regard. So focus on later than earlier in that regard. But, within if you're doing also time restricted feeding and stuff like that, at the end of your time restricted feeding type, where you add it then, and then you're not going to eat after that. So I would do that. At your age, 30, you probably don't need more than a gram. Gram is fine. You don't need more than that. Your body still produces quite a bit of it. A gram is all you need. When you get to your 40s, probably go to 2 grams. 50s, like me, 3 grams. And over 65 is about 4 to 5 grams, depending on your tolerance of it and stuff like that. Because usually after 65, it drops off a cliff, the biosynthesis. And sulfur does get depleted by oxalates and many other things. So it depends on if you've had oxalates in the past, and you potentially could be dumping or having even mild dumping. That can actually bleed through a bit of taurine as well. It does help with fibrotic tissue, and it does help with the improving, even fibrotic tissue in muscles and stuff like that, which is really good. So it does clear up a lot of that sort of stuff. So it's good for general healing as well. So I could basically do over 1,000 videos on taurine, on all the different biological functions and things that it does. So it's great. so you'll get some benefit of it in the long run, as long as you keep it in your system. Lack of B12 can kill you eventually. Yes, definitely. Or make you crazy, like the vegans. In the short term, make you crazy. Anyway, and give you high homocysteine levels, like 27, rather than the 7 and below, which is really the safe zone. 10 being the new normal, but that's because physicians, everybody else, it's the average. Everybody's getting sicker, so they keep on moving the average up. It's the same thing with the potassium and all the other RDIs. It's just continuing going. Let's exclude the sick average and just consider what is, what the literature tells us. No, they have to do it the average. It's all this sort of, nonsense that happens out there. Yes, unfortunately. Walking now, people with Harry, for great company. I'm glad you're enjoying. So Dylan, always think questions for this stream throughout the week, then forget them come the weekend. Write them down. Oops, I better allow Marco to basically become visible. Yeah, it's the word fucking that you put in there. So that's what happens. Okay. G'day, the man. Alex, good to see you, mate. How is life in the country of the windmills? Yes. I hope people know what I'm referring to. The Netherlands, obviously. Immediately write it down. You're right, Drew. Immediately write it down. I do the same. I sometimes, I've got into the habit now of basically going in and putting things directly into my, creating drafts of it in my email account. So it's just there, so I can actually look it up, and then I move it into a special folder, so I can always refer to it. Yeah, I know, awful, isn't it? Yes, that's true. That is true. She is bipolar too. That's true. Yeah. But still, it still just shows the superiority of the actual carnivore diet. And damn, StreamYard just moved me ahead, and I just lost the other part. So anyway, we'll move to the next one. I've had consistent right shoulder neck pain since returning to carnivore after being forced to eat hospital food for a couple of months last year. Vagal nerve, gallbladder. Should I flush? Taurine. Taurine actually emulsifies and clears it out. Flushing can be risky. If it's, you can get a bit coming out with flushing, but remember, the gall ducts go through the pancreas, and there is a risk with flushing, and that's why I don't recommend it. There is a risk that could actually force gallstones in there, and they can get lodged inside part of the duct, which is within the pancreas, and then you can get pancreatitis or back up all the, because you may not be able to excrete then the pancreatic those enzymes that are required that come through, the lipase and all that. So there's an issue there, so all the emulsifying agents and stuff like that, that can all be backed up, and you could have problems. So I always recommend for liver, choline to export fat out, and to deal with any fibrotic sort of stuff is milk thistle, and to deal with, major fibrotic issues, taurine, and also to deal with clearing out, it depends how fast you want to do it. The higher the taurine, the quicker the cleaning out, but it will induce some diarrhea, just letting you know. And you may also lose a bit of the and not be able to recycle sufficient bile, which means that you may then require and the same thing goes with a flush. You may then require, if it does successfully go through, you may lose a lot of bile, so you need bile salts to cover, to get your levels up again. So, but any right shoulder, it's definitely something's backing up into the liver. So there's definitely an issue with your gallbladder and your liver in that regard. So yes, get some taurine. That will help emulsify and clear that out. And so probably 3 grams minimum, 3 to 5, and that will slowly, and you have to do it for a certain length of time to clear it out. It takes a couple of months. Some people faster, some people slower. I have no idea why, and nobody else does. So there may be other factors that at play within the liver, why in some people it works faster and slower than others. Don't know, and nobody else does. So it's still things that we know it sort of emulsifies from rat studies and some other human studies that have been done, but it's, we really don't understand all the dynamics in that regard. So taurine does play a role. It's another reason when pregnant women as well and breastfeeding mothers, if they don't have enough taurine in their diet, their children can suck out a lot of the taurine out of them, and as a consequence make them more vulnerable to, a lot of people talk about estrogen, and all that. No, not really. We have a lot of, yes, xenoestrogens can play a bit of a role, but not as much as lack of taurine. So it's a combination, but I would suspect it's more you're sort of eating inappropriate foods, stuff like that, and just, being in hospital, it's just crap, I know, and potentially has caused some of these issues. It's the old story, use it or lose it. If you're on low fat, you're not getting enough fat to basically utilize it, it will back up and solidify. And if you don't have enough taurine, it can't be emulsified to be more easier to flow. So that's what taurine does as well, another thing. And MK4 is another important bile producer. So MK4 helps with bile synthesis. So once you do the taurine, you may need a bit of MK4 to help with, recovering some of that as well, the bile synthesis as well. Or you can buy bile salts and hope that the body recycles a large part of it. So it's a bit of a mixed bag. Hope that helps. Yes, I do the occasional water fast. Objective Health and Ivor had talked about mega dosing 5K a day or 10K once a month, every 3 months, vitamin D for bug and anti-bug gab. Any opinion on that? Yeah, sort of. I've basically done like short stints where I've actually been quite, I've picked up some sort of bug. I'm, a bit on the crook side, and I'm starting to get a bit of a viral cold or whatever, or stuff like that. And I've just hammered myself for a couple of days with 50,000 IUs. And it usually clears it up. And one of my mates, he had a major respiratory viral type infection, and he was, struggling for air. for, even though his oxygenation was up to 99%, was, and many other aspects were just perfect. Even his doctor said everything looks good. They just couldn't understand. They just put it down that there are some viruses that can actually cause this issue. And I encouraged him to go up on his, vitamin D levels. Because remember, vitamin D is like a hormone. It should not be taken frivolously, continuously in high doses or whatever. 5,000 IUs is probably more than enough for most people that have got good stores from summer through the winter. And then if you specifically have some problem, then increase the dosages, 50, 100,000 if you're overweight or obese. That can be a problem because a lot of it can actually be stored in the fat cells. So you're not getting as much. So that's another element. So again, another thing to keep in mind, when you are losing weight, you should never supplement. If you're rapidly losing weight, like ketotically losing weight, you should never supplement with vitamin D, because you will end up, any stored vitamin D, you'll get heaps released. But even then, if you think you may not have enough stored vitamin D in the adipose tissue, get yourself checked to make sure you find out where you are. So if your levels go up, you can go, okay, I did store quite a bit in the old days. If they don't, you can say, okay, I didn't. And then you can make adjustments. So you've got to be very careful, because it is like a hormone. So do not be frivolous about it, because it can actually have other effects when not handled correctly. So I don't know what they actually said exactly, all the details, but I'm just telling you what I think based on the best research. So I'm not against for bugs and issues that, vitamin D is really good at helping the immune system clear all that up. So yes, one thing that the body will use is heaps of cholesterol and heaps of vitamin D and zinc to fight off, nasties. Just about to change over. It's nearly 7. 1 minute to go. You got me before I was able to do the change over. Yes, Roy will be here, and that guy Harry will be out the door. Transformation is about to happen. Shut my eyes. Oh. G'day, guys. It's Roy here. Good to see you. Now we got rid of that joker, Harry. We can move on. Good to see you, Spin. Oh, Richard. Always in the fast lane. Comes later. Yes. You've got to be very careful about the oils. No seed oils. MCTs or extra virgin olive oil is sort of acceptable. But yes, Alex, good evening to you as well, mate. But the Bjorn's very happy to see Roy as well. God. Live stopper, Neff. Yeah, I know it is, isn't it? Hey. God. You're right, Blinky. He does. I got rid of him. You like sucking up to Roy, don't you? He's a party animal, that Blinky guy. Anyway, now Roy is more knowledgeable than Harry, or just more chilled. Which we're both. Well, we do argue who's more knowledgeable than the other, but I'm more chilled than he is. Yes, so you can actually get vitamin D with new oils, and then you must have that with a fatty meal. But like anything, vitamin D should always be taken midday, between the hours of 11 and 3, no later, no earlier, because it has an effect on your circadian rhythms, and it has another effect on your melatonin production, especially if it's taken later. You will basically find it hard to sleep. So it does suppress melatonin. Yes. So be careful. Midday. Spring in sprung here in Wales. Still chilly mornings. Yeah, I thought so. Yes, it's pretty much like that. You probably need another 2 months before you guys start really enjoying the sun around May. What vitamin D3 K2 supplements would you recommend on the market? As I said earlier, I would stick to the ones which have either got MCT oils. I know the ones, the extra virgin olive oil, are cheaper. They're an option for people. The MCT ones are a bit better. So let me just grab this out here. So that's a pretty good K2 right there. Oops. Share that. So that's a pretty good K2. And that's got 90 in it. That's a high dose. That's 15 milligrams. So that's a high dose. And that usually I recommend to people that have got any calcification issues or whatever. If you just want a stock standard one, then go for this one. And they do have the other one, don't they? Yep, that's the large one. That's the one with 180. So you get more bang for your bucks. So that's basically 180 capsules, basically half a year. And that has 5 milligrams, which is a third of the amount. And that one there is sort of pretty good as well as a brand for those purposes. And you do 3 in terms of pricing. So if you're going for the 5,000 IUs, just put 5,000 IUs, Harry. God, that Harry guy is hopeless, isn't he? Boys and girls. See, Roy has to do everything. Pricing it's not substantial pricing in that regard. That's a bit weird. This one here. Oh, they're out of 5,000 IU ones. Or are they? No, they're not. They do have them. So they do have a 10,000 IUs as well, which isn't substantially that more expensive. This one is basically bovine gelatin and extra virgin olive oil and glycerine water. So it's pretty much Out of the commercial ones, it's the cheapest and has less fillers and issues with it. So that's in terms of price, performance, and less crap in it. That's probably one of the better ones. They do have others which have got other stuff in them, like this one here has coconut oil based, but it is a bit more pricier, as you can see. Not that amount, that's 30. They don't have the, can you actually change the count? No. So that's basically same sort. Ingredients, coconut oil, kosher gelatin. So if you've got religious reasons, kosher gelatin, and so purified water, blah blah blah, doesn't contain any other stuff. So you can always go for that, which is that covers you for the whole bloody year, and that's 360 at 5,000 IUs. So, and that's not too expensive for most people. So that's another option there in that regard. So those are your sort of options that are pretty good and pretty good products wise. Always check the other ingredients, and there's nothing non-GMO vegetable glycerine, so that's another good point. Kosher, so if you've got religious reasons, purified water, and it's basically in coconut oil, which is pretty much zero risk in that regard. So yeah, well, if you basically this herb, if you basically put this in, click on your browser, it will go to it'll get rid of the AU and it will go to iherb.com. It's an American company. It's not an Australian company. So if you click on it, exactly. Thanks, Bjorn. iHerb is exactly American, but they do have all like UK.herb. They've got the European one .herb. They've got Australian, New Zealand .iherb. They've got different for different regions or countries where. So yeah, so it's pretty much a non-issue, but it basically those are the sort of things that at least are cleaner. They don't have all these fillers and all other crap and stuff like that. That's the only reason I actually point people to those things. A lot of the others have too much fillers in them and too much other crap, which can be a problem. Problem is that supplement market is excessively high in fillers and stuff like that. So it's always best. I mean, I may change in the future if I find better products in terms of MK4 that are actually even cleaner and much better quality. I'll recommend those. I'll move away from these, or one of them or whatever. It's just sometimes that's the best you've got in the market. That's what you have to go with. So it's just one of those things. So yes. Better, yeah, like Blinky. Yeah, you're right. I agree. Yes, exactly. Bjorn is always on the money in terms of good quality D3. Yes. The coconut one is pretty good as well. I prefer the coconut one if you're going to go for anything. But there are MCT ones as well. They are a bit more pricier. So I can't see the value in that regard. So that's the only reason. And you're not getting much difference. You're still getting, if both of them are saturated fat, so it's, but it's up to people. It's your money. You can do whatever you like. You can buy whatever you like. Oh, don't suck up to Blinky. Richard. We have discussed this about the biochemistry difference about these fat-soluble vitamins, haven't we, boy? You'll have to stay after class to get a remedial education. Next, you'll be telling me that basically men and women are the same downstairs. That would be scary. God. What's the main components needed for collagen synthesis again? I think you said salt, phosphorus, and protein. Exactly. And the fat-soluble vitamins that are involved in regulating the collagen-degrading enzymes. Very important. But key things when it comes to all tissue. So muscles, bones. Bones are largely made of collagen. Skin and everything else. Pretty much you need those three are the most important. You can lower, you can reduce calcium, you can reduce any of the other stuff. You know, it doesn't seem, the body seems to be quite protective for a certain amount of time. But if you actually withdraw salt, phosphorus, or protein in substantial amounts for too long, you will lose those tissues. So yes, very important. But there are other players as well. B3 plays niacin plays an important role, and it sort of plays in terms of energy and anti-inflammatory type. Taurine also plays a bit of a role as well, because it has a, you know, when it comes to fibrotic and tissue, you know, the way it models and stuff like that plays a bit of a role. You know, on a carnivore diet, you usually get all these sort of things. You get all the fat-soluble vitamins to regulate all the enzymes that are at play. So, yeah, the key things is get enough salted protein into you. Salt does go through a cycle of 7 days. I've been doing a bit of other research. It has to do with astronaut type dietary information and approaches to see, you know, about sending people to Mars or sending them here or there, and about, you know, the sort of sodium sort of flux in the body and cycling. It actually goes through a sort of like a 7-day cycle. It sort of explains why sometimes people, if you're putting the same amount of salt every day, after a couple of, as you're getting closer to the 7th day, you start realizing it's too much salt, and you ease off. It's, you know, because you do go through, because at the beginning of the week, when you may have been dumping more salt than towards the end of the week, and so you actually notice it. So you do go through a bit of a cycle in that regard. People notice it in that regard. Because I do eat, you know, dairy, bacon, and things like that are already salted, cured meats and stuff like that. I tend to not. You know, because I don't put salt in my water very rarely, a bit, and I don't consume a lot of water anyway, because I usually get it from milk, or I get it from coffees or stuff like that. So, and it's, you know, unless I'm sweating, you know, then I'll put a bit of extra salt in salt water, and then I'll have it. It's only in the mornings when I power walk into work, I'll actually have a glass of water with a bit of salt, and that's about it. And if it's still warm at lunchtime, I may have another one. But generally, and that's only if I'm power walking and sweating. But if I'm not, you know, most of the foods and dairy products and stuff like that usually have a bit of salt in it, especially the cheeses and stuff like that. So you're always getting a bit here and there. You sort of don't have to go crazy. Sometimes I have more salt in a day, sometimes less. I usually just listen to my body. I know if I basically, the easiest way for me is to put salt in water and see how I react. And if I'm going, oh, too much salt, I know I've got enough. But if I basically, that first morning, I have a salt water and I go, I didn't even realize, you know, that wasn't at all intense, you know, I could have another one like that. Then I know my body probably needs a bit more. So it's really listening to the body and getting the cues in that regard. All animals do, you know. So you can see basically goats going up rock cliffs to find salt. They'll go anywhere and everywhere. So it's your body. Listen to your body. Salt does fluctuate through the week. It's goes through a 7-day cycle. So it's interesting. I'm still trying to understand some of the stuff and all that in that regard. So it's something for a future video. But at this stage, there's a lot of question marks. And some of these people are speculating and making assumptions, which I think are incorrect as well. But that's another question, another issue for another day, I mean. No, it's good quality protein. So I don't see, yes, it may have a bit more deuterium than the yolks, but it's not much in that regard in comparative terms. And it also is highly bioavailable protein and highly utilizable protein. It's actually eggs in general, the protein of eggs, both whites and yolks, have more utilization than even beef. So beef has 32%, and egg yolks are about 49%. So pretty much half the egg is pretty much protein in there, highly utilized by the body. That's why bodybuilders have used it for eons. They've been guzzling down because they know the secret of the bio-utilization of protein in eggs. So that is why a lot of bodybuilders back in the old days was basically plenty of milk with eggs and their smoothies and everything. And I still haven't done that video about the smoothies. Some stage I'll get around doing it. Is for me to get rid of some protein increased fat by throwing some whites. No, I don't. That's good quality protein. Why throw it away? Just add a bit extra fat. Don't need to throw the whites. Both are good and both are very important. And the yolks have very low deuterium. The whites have more. They balance each other out, believe me. So that's how you do it. Yes, exactly. I agree, Bjorn. You're thinking exactly like me. That's good. Yeah, it's high quality protein. God, I mean, it's just that we need the yolks as well. They play a very important role in a number of different ways and has other synergistic effects. So it's all round. Egg is just a perfect food. Yes, I consider it in terms of carnivore foods, the supreme carnivore food. Others will argue with me differently, but I would disagree with them. It creates an animal like this one. It creates an animal like this one. Shocking, but true. Yes, those fat-soluble vitamins, those pesky fat-soluble vitamins. Ah, yes. That's true. Yes. Yeah, I can't control that. That's a YouTubia for you. Unfortunately, that's the way it works. If somebody knows how to alter that, yes, I may look into it. But pretty much, so you can post comments later on. You can stuff like in the comments area. You can put stuff like that. But I think it's built in this way. Yeah, I may have set it up like that. I can't remember now. Yes, it's probably I don't want other people basically posting. I think I know why I closed it. I didn't want to actually vegans coming here and posting all their nonsense. like their channels and stuff like that, their misanthropic channels. And that's the reason why I think that was the reason in the early days. Actually, Bart told me to, I think it was Bart. I can't remember now. It may have been Bart, or it may have been someone else that I heard that said, just, don't allow other than the mods and the owner. And I'm going to stick to that principle. After all, this is my channel. What I post is my stuff. And other people can put into comments, and I will comment on them after. Harry's rules and Roy's rules in the evening. Yes, exactly. And if anybody hasn't seen my great, the one that I did on protein on I'll just bring it up. I sort of have to remind people about it occasionally. Where is it? Here it is. Does high protein diet cause kidney damage? If people haven't seen that, I'll just quickly bring it up. That's the one called Does a High Protein Diet Cause Kidney Damage? And that covers pretty much well about the importance of protein and also its value and stuff like that, and why we shouldn't be fearful of protein. Yes. And it also smacks down some of those idiotic ideas that are out there. I do have a follow-on that is coming, and that will basically cover a number of the issues relating to protein. The mTOR stuff, the insulin stuff, the IGF-1 stuff, or all those related issues, plus the other side of things. Can you actually get muscle protein synthesis on just carnivore diet or meat alone? Yes, because the leucine is a big player here. So I'll go through that and cover that properly, because that is very important as well. Some people say the average lifespan, even of traditional Maasai, is very low. That's absolute bullshit. There are Maasai that live over 100, and that was recorded historically by people like George V. Mann and many others, and a number of other in Kenya in particular. Even the British, colonial sort of authority documented stuff like that. So absolutely not. That's garbage. Other tribal groups, yes, but not the Maasai. They actually, even when George V. Mann looked at old Maasai in their 80s and mid-80s and older, he actually noticed one important thing: no high blood pressure. Their blood pressure was identical to younger people. Identical, very similar. So not an issue. So this whole bullshit that as you get older, your blood pressure goes up, ain't happening in the Maasai. So a lot of that's been disproven, all that nonsense. The problem is people just think if they say it long enough, all these bullshit stories, they will basically, it's because, yes, average life expectancy was lower. Yeah, that's true. But that's just because of all tribal people. Even people in advanced countries, if you go back to the 30s and 40s and pre-World War I and the last century, more people were dying at younger ages. So they were dying from, high infant mortality rates. Women dying in pregnancy at much higher rates because of complications, or especially bacterial complications, because they didn't know and they didn't have antibiotics and they didn't really understand. Historically, women have died in childbirth far more, and not only that, also infants have died in early age much more. Why? Because they're not as robust yet. With modern medicine and more, in an environment where they're not put at risk by the vagaries of their environment, they are less susceptible to excessive pathogens in the environment. Kids' survival rates are much better. That's the only reason why our, our infant mortality rate has gone down. That is why our life expectancy has gone up, the average life expectancy. It's nonsense. It's irrelevant. The only way you can do proper, and I can't remember somebody on YouTube ages ago, I need to find that video, but this guy actually went back and removed all the infant mortality, all these sort of things out. Actually, the figures look very different. If you just look at older people from like not even teenagers, because they usually die from, doing crazy things. Men usually die at greater rates. Why? Because basically they take bigger risks. So when you eliminate all that and just go for people who survive in their mid-20s and onwards, the numbers look very different. So no, it's bullshit. So I would completely ignore average life expectancy because it's so skewed and ignores fundamental things like infant mortality and kids dying at younger age because of, taking more risks. Nowadays kids take less risks compared to the past. That's why they survive better. In the past, they took far more risks. That's why they died in greater numbers. And also they went to war. There were more wars in the past. We were at constant warfare. Humanity has only very recently stopped fighting amongst each other. Up until the Second World War, we've been butchering ourselves left, right, and center. We've had a lot of people that don't survive beyond their 20s in warfare. So it's nonsense. You have to take all that stuff out and then look. And when you do that, the numbers look very different. So, this is confounded data when you look at average life expectancy. But when you actually look at centenarians, like the percentage of centenarians within a population, the numbers look very different. Amongst centenarians, actually the Maasai are the highest in Africa. So very different numbers. Mary Ruddock, when she gets back, I'm going to have her on and we'll discuss a bit of that sort of stuff. And she knows all this stuff because she's gone down there. She's in Africa at the moment. I think it's Southern Africa. And she's basically doing research amongst the Maasai and all these other tribal groups. And she'll put us all right because she's up to date on this stuff. And I've had chats with her. So, yes. Things are very different, Marco. So, yeah, ignore that garbage. I mean, I know it gets thrown at us about tribal populations, but then again, even tribal populations that basically eat more plants and less animal foods also have low life expectancy. It's, again, the mortality issue. Nothing to do with other factors. The difference is those groups that eat more carbs don't have centenarians amongst themselves. And that's why I always ask, show me the centenarians amongst those groups. None. But when you look at against the people that are eating animal foods, you do find centenarians and people in very old age. Or you find North American plain Indians in their 70s mounting horses and going into battle. Not many people can do that today. So, yes, just because you can be kept on a kibble diet and drugged up to your eyeballs to be kept alive, so you live longer because they prevent you from dying, they give you an extra 10 to 20 years with medications. That doesn't mean you're robust, strong, and everything else. So, yeah, there's a lot of variables, and you've got to take all that into account and don't fall for the propaganda, Marco. There's plenty of things wrong with Blinky. Bjorn, why do you ask? Yeah, it is. It is. I still haven't made it. I've literally prioritized. I'm going to do a cancer one. Shell asked me to do it, and I did promise her to do it. So I've dropped a couple of the others, and I've been focusing on doing my cancer one. So I've been doing all the sort of research, putting all the stuff together and all that. I know most of it, but I just had to find all the links and stuff like that, and what I'm going to read and what I'm not. That takes time to plan out, so you have to neglect things. Putting together videos like this, when you've got a day job and it's not your regular gig, I can do this off the cuff, like answer you guys' questions. But putting videos together takes time, because you've got to research them. You've got to put them together. They've got to sound logical and flow logically. You've got to provide all the, images and a whole lot of different things and diagrams or whatever else. And then it basically must sort of flow in a way where it provides value to people. Otherwise, why do it? So they are quite involved. And then once you've recorded it, it doesn't stop there. I then have to merge, go through and cut out anything that actually, just doesn't come across, is wrong or whatever in the way it's put together. So I may look at something and I go, I may sort of reconsider a study, for instance, and so need to take that out. So then I have to work out how to actually clip it together to remove that study, which I'm not really happy with. So I had to do that once. That was very annoying, cutting and trying to post and trying to get to sync with the way I actually, so I could take out the study that I realized maybe it's not the best thing. I like to use the best information rather than stuff that maybe was too associational. I said, nah, even though it's supported, it was too associational. I got rid of it. But then also audio, you've got to make sure that the audio is consistent right through. You go through and you go, try to actually adjust it to clear it up. So you may have to put a filter through part of it to clear it up so it actually clears up so it's audible so you can understand it. So there's a lot of post-production stuff like that. And then nowadays I've got the disclaimer, especially when I'm actually recommending things and stuff like that, and I have to join that together. There's all these little steps, joining things together and stuff like that. So it does take time in that regard. So other people that have got no day job and that they do this as a regular gig, they have the time to do that. I don't. Between family, friends, my own, time off where I need to rest and recoup. I'm also human. I'm not a robot. Between that. So these things are coming, but they're slow. I can't help you with that. And everybody's got different priorities, but I have to prioritize things that are more important with major health issues. Electrolytes I don't consider as a big issue about fasting. Basically I've already done a whole lot of things on the loss. The only real electrolyte you have to worry about is salt. If we really want to cover it, it's just salt. You've got all the other videos tell you the excretion rate. So if you go and look at those videos, you'll get the excretion rate. Then you can add that excretion rate per day and say, how much of electrolytes do I need to throw in to cover those excretion rates per day? So once you've got the figure, what it is, then you can buy the appropriate electrolytes to cover the excretion rate per day, and you're done. So you probably don't even need the video. All the video will do is just bring that all together to make it easier for people so they don't have to go and see multiple videos. But the videos are there. I've done, the electrolyte, the potassium, magnesium ones. So we do, so where is it? That's right. I've got two. So if I add that, as you can see, these are 4 months ago. There's the potassium ones. So that gives quite a bit of information. And then there's the magnesium information as well. How much magnesium do I need? Blah, blah, blah. And I go in about excretion rates and stuff like that. So, those sort of things. And those are the key ones in that regard. The other ones are nice and stuff like that. Yep. So, but pretty much, these will give you the excretion rate information, how much potassium do I need, and how much magnesium. You get all the information, make the adjustments, work out, I'm going to fast so many days, I'm going to have this excretion rate, that's what I need to cover. So that, and sodium, you can go a bit higher because the body's just going to flush it out, the excess, but it just makes sure that it keeps the other electrolytes from not over flushing or over releasing, so to speak. Usually when you do fasting for a very long time, what happens is your body gets used to it. It actually upregulates your antidiuretic hormones and sort of tends to basically, you tend to not require as high sodium as you may currently. So I find that now that I do fasting, if I do it for a couple of days, I don't even bother with magnesium or potassium at all, just sodium, and trace minerals. So, and the and this is the, where is it? This is the King Island colloidal minerals. This is the one here. And there's EURASIA. So that has a whole lot of trace minerals in it in that regard. So and pretty much you can work out your dosages in that regard. So I don't get too concerned when I use this only when I'm fasting. So every day I'll put a bit in my water with salt and basically have it. And that pretty much covers my trace mineral requirements and all that, any excretions and stuff like that. Not very complicated. I keep it simple. And that's the sort of stuff I'm gonna put, more or less pull it together so it's one actual video, but you can actually, so it's a very short video as well. So it's not a long where you have to look at hours. It's just going to be, this is the amount you excrete of this is the amount you excrete of that, this is the amount you need, this is the amount you combine. So it's probably going to be a 5-minute video. That's what I want to do. So it's just, people can just go to it immediately. But it's, yeah. Obviously short walk done. Sounds good. Bloody freezing. Yes, we're heading into winter now, so yeah, won't be long before I'm freezing my butt off as well. Yes. Scotty. No, we're not going that high, Scotty. Roy's a bit more, he's not like that Harry bloke. He's a bit more, restraint is the obvious word when it comes to this, Scotty, So, we'll not overdo it. Yes. I think the longest I've done is 6 days. 6+ days, but I have not gone up to 7. I know other people have, but I got hungry at that time and I go, I'm going to stop. I've done enough. The funny thing was that even though I didn't eat when I got hungry after 6+ days, it wasn't until the evening when I got home that I actually ate. So I actually was able to suppress my hunger for a couple of hours. And at the time, I didn't really feel hungry. I just don't know why. It just sort of happened automatically. And sort of I regretted it after I said, I didn't really need to eat, did I? I'd overcome that hunger craving. I go, I'd already got up to nearly 6.5 days. And I was going to myself, but, shit happens, So nowadays, I don't see the value. Short term, like every 3 months, I do basically an 80-hour fast, which is an immune reset and to get a bit deep sort of autophagy. And then the rest is just time-restricted feeding. So, 6 or 8 hours of feeding and the rest not avoiding the lovely food. Sozo, good to see you, mate. Those stats on hunters and gatherers are screwed because of infant mortality, exactly. Severely, Yes. So it's just, we can't rely on that sort of stuff. And today, people are living longer because young people don't take risks. They are in there's no warfare. If you think about it, and that's the other point, and I think that needs to be made. In the past, most young men went to war in the millions. Nowadays, you've got professional soldiers, and small amounts of them go, and with high technology, very small amounts of them die from advanced countries. So you hear 1 or 2 dying and you go, fuck, they make a big fuss about it. It's not the case. In the past, there was massive slaughter and massive life lost, and that skewed a lot of the life expectancy as well. Where today, most people in most advanced countries in particular, they may not be healthy in old age and may basically be medicated and kept alive through medicines and all that. But the reality is the only reason their life expectancy seems higher compared to past generations is because the young people are not being lost at childbirth or as teenagers being slaughtered on the battlefield. That's the difference. That makes a big difference, So the world is a very different place. Anyway, got videos too on that recently. Food Lies, Sapiens, got 2 videos on that recently. Okay. Yep. So so somebody brought that up as well about the infant mortality. Good. More people should talk about these sort of things, because when you look at these average numbers, a lot of people out there are talking nonsense. It's funny how the veg-tards, they'll actually claim, people in the past ate more vegetables and were healthier and all that. And then when you point to them that basically that's not the case, then they'll turn around and say, they didn't live as long. That's the sort of charlatan thinking that these people have. And that's why you need to clobber them over the head, and point out, yes, the infant mortality side. And the vegans are de-evolving anyway. And the more humans get on to kibble, they will de-evolve into basically orangutans sticking bananas up their rear ends. Anyway, or eating their excrement as some of these apes do. Yes. I'm not sure I can get it from food because in the region where the ground is very, very low in iodine. Yes, then you may need to. Yeah, that's true. Actually, you are right about that. Parts of Germany and many parts of also Poland are very poor in iodine. Yeah, Poland in particular is extremely poor in some regions in terms of iodine. Some of the iodine deficiencies in Poland are quite high historically. They probably fortify a lot of their foods now. So, yeah. Can be a problem. I found a vitamin D with MCT oil and extra virgin olive oil. Go for the MCT one. But there's all those other ones that I actually put links to. So other options. What taurine supplement is best, and what can we get? Where can we get it? Where is that? I think it's this one here. I always use the powders, 100% pure taurine unflavored, and it's 100% pure taurine as free form amino acid. I do not want it bound to anything. Taurine is a sulfur-bearing amino acid intended to provide nutritional support for normal, healthy cardiac and nerve system function, and very good for detoxification and many other things. So yes, this sulfur amino acid is 100% pure, and it's this one here from iHerb. This is the one that I buy. I'm not recommending that you do the same. If you want to, that's your business. I'm just telling you what I buy, and it's this one here. So it's basically free form amino acid. There's nothing bound to it, any garbage or anything else. So that's important. As you can see, other ingredients, none. That's what we want to see. There are no other ingredients. It's 100% pure. There's none of the other stuff, because they do put a lot of other stuff in other taurine supplements. I think this one puts in a couple of the others, and especially the pills. Oh, the pills are the worst. All the pills basically have got a whole lot of fillers, crap. So yeah, go for something like this. Yeah, this is pretty good. These people make pretty clean product in that regard. Yeah, they don't have any other absolute garbage that others have. Yeah, and they actually make it guaranteed no ingredients other than listed, and that's important. You know, when you go for taurine, you want it clear. I know some people call it L-taurine and stuff like that. There is no fucking L-taurine. You know, taurine is taurine, and simple as that. It's not like, you know, where you get different types because of the chemistry, where it can be L this or one of the others, which is the opposite. But taurine is taurine. If you hear people say L-taurine, they don't know what they're talking about. There is only taurine, and it's a free form amino acid, sulfur amino acid. That's basically it, and nothing else. So I'm pretty particular on taurine. I don't like some of the misadvertising that's out there that other companies do. This one is one of those sort of much cleaner. They're not one of the actual big groups out there pushing like mad and stuff like that. They don't actually, they direct it more to naturopaths and people like that, people in that recommend it to, you know, as a quality product. It's not these people don't focus on bodybuilders and stuff like that, where I usually find that a lot of the companies in that space tend to make a lot of poor supplements, because it's all profit motivated, and they're all running for the lowest common denominator in terms of cost, and so they tend to really make shit. Yeah, because it's always, they also put in their proteins and stuff like that, like nitrogen and stuff like that, deliberately trying to increase the protein content, you know, even though they're dodgy as dog shit, some of the companies out there. So anyway, unfortunately, I can't actually name them, because, you know, they can sue you, which is the problem. It's annoying. But yeah, there are plenty of companies out there. So what I do is, the ones that I will recommend and ones that I feel safe with, that I know that basically haven't done dodgy things. So yeah, But there's unfortunately a lot of characters out there that are very, very dodgy. Some of the big protein brands, big companies out there, garbage. Believe me, garbage, absolute garbage. The utilization, protein utilization isn't even below some of the vegan foods in some cases. It's absolute garbage. And it's usually marketed towards people that want to lose weight and stuff like that as well. That stuff is even worse. So, yeah, avoid it like the plague. Ah, yes, exactly. That is exactly right. That is where we should get our nutrition, both iodine, selenium, both good quality proteins. Exactly. Real foods. We don't need all this supplemental crap. So, yes. Where is that? No, it's not there. Okay, let me... Okay, so iodine. G'day, Dom. Good to see you here. Did you just wake up, mate? So, let me just add that there. So, food high in. So these are type foods, percentages. Now, seaweed can be a problem. You can get overdosed. So I don't recommend them. You can basically have cod. James. 4.5 ounces of cod, which is 28 point for the metric people, 130 grams of cod, which isn't much protein at all. Get 100% of your requirements. Milk, that's, I usually have a 16 ounce, which basically gives me, in that regard, 74% just from a glass of milk. That's it. 1 egg, 8, couple of eggs as well. You get good amounts. So, and when they're talking about that, we're talking about like between the 100 and when you're actually looking at about 100 micrograms to 200, and the sweet spot is 150. So even, 3 ounces of cod will give you enough. So if we go down here, where is it? I have to go to this to get the other menu. They don't have that. They don't have a direct link. I don't know why they didn't put, because if you go to the ranking tool, which is this one here, so where am I going? Past the scoop back. There it is. We go 100 grams. So let's get rid of the fortified stuff as well. So if we go for dairy and eggs products, so you can actually see some of the actual like eggs, which are, that's 2 eggs, 100 grams, which is 2 eggs, 3.5 ounces. You can actually get with 4 eggs, you can actually get all your daily dose pretty much, or 100 plus micrograms. These are free range eggs. The regular ones, the caged ones and all that, they're the ones that are basically at those low levels, where we were looking at before. Where is the caged ones? Yeah, it's that low number, which is the caged ones, which we were looking before. So, better quality eggs are going to give you more iodine. Then let's look at meats. They don't have that covered because it's all branded. They don't have the common ones, which is unfortunate. That's the annoying part. We've covered that. In fish, they only have 2 branded ones. Okay, so there again, sardines. So sardines are pretty consistent, as you can see. So if you have 200, so let's say you go for the average egg, which is let me find that link again. Which is this one here. She's using the 150 for 100%. I believe that she is. Yep, she is 150. Yep. So basically 12. So basically, let's say you have 4 eggs. This isn't a complete database. That's the problem with this database. It's not. There are better databases, but this isn't a complete one. So 4 eggs, and that was 12. You're getting 48. And then let's say you have 4 eggs and 100 grams, which is 3.5 ounces of sardines, plus 67. You are in the sweet spot between 100 and 200. You're at the low of the normal, but as you can see, that's 1 meal. You can have, sardines and 4 eggs in 1 meal, and you've already got all the iodine you need. So it's not difficult, guys, to actually get that. And dairy products do have iodine as well. They just don't have the information here, cheeses and stuff like that. So you just have to get a better database. This one isn't the best for iodine. It's good for other things, but I find it very piss poor for iodine because they don't even have a link, and it's all branded stuff. They don't have the common stuff, which is annoying. They got the common stuff with a lot of other things, but not with iodine. So you have to go to other databases to get all the common foods because that's all commercial. I suspect, real true sardines, not the stuff in those cans, but true sardines probably got even more, so that tells you something. So there's always options of mixing and matching different foods to basically get good levels of all this sort of stuff. Most seafood is very high in selenium. You just have to look at the video that I made ages ago about mercury and about fish. And that one basically, where is that video? That is one of my earliest videos. That's right. Mercury and selenium content of seafood. And that is that video. And if you go, stop that. If you go right at the end, I've actually got the mercury selenium ratios. So you can actually see, when you've got more, less mercury and more selenium, that means you've got enough selenium to chelate the mercury and take it out of the system. And at the same time, you've basically got more selenium coming through that. Remember, like tuna, look at tuna. So let's say you're going to be using about 200, and this is basically 6 ounces. I know eggs have got plenty of selenium as well. So let's say it's not exactly 1-to-1, but let's say it's approximately. So you're taking out all that in terms of selenium that's been to take out as selenide to chelate and take out. So you're left with that amount, which is the bioavailable stuff left over. So for 12 ounces, you've got good amounts from 1 meal. So 12 ounces times 28.333333333, which is 340 grams of tuna. That could be a big tuna steaks, a couple of tuna steaks that come up to that amount, which is a really 1 meal a day. And then you've got most of the selenium you need. A couple of eggs, you're done. So you can get close to 200, 250 very easily. And so you can provide very good nutrition for your thyroid. So it's not difficult, guys. It's not rocket science. So yes, a steak-only diet will not do it for you, obviously. But if you eat mixed, humans did not live on ruminants alone. They lived on coastal areas. It's only, if you ask any archaeologist, pre-civilization in paleo times, where did humans primarily concentrate? They will tell you coastal and along rivers. That's why we started civilizations along rivers. That's where we basically were concentrated, because that's where we had access to water, we had access to fish for essential fatty acids, and other nutrients like that, crustaceans, seafood of different sorts. That's the reality. And when we look at basically the archaeological evidence, we see this, and even the N15 data actually shows us. I did one on the ancient Greeks, and it actually showed they had coastal fish, a small amount, not a lot. The majority was ruminants, but still they had some coastal seafood in there. You look at populations around the world that are either pre-civilization, you will find very similar patterns. So, and there is a theory that when humans went to South Africa, they accessed even more, or early humans accessed even more seafood. The extra DHA and all that sort of seemed to basically give them that extra essential fatty acids, seemed to boost brain development. That is a hypothesis that still needs to be proven, but it is out there. So yes, that's why I do rail against, this sort of limited approach of steak only. Yeah, you can pretty much go for a very long time, because you still get omega-6s and omega-3s in a pastured animal, but in some cases you will deplete more of them under certain health conditions and all that. And so I don't think it's optimal. It's doable, but not optimal, and it does vary with genetics how doable it is in that regard. Oops. Oh, fuck this. Skin on top. Better miss myself. Damn. Luckily I stopped in time. Just sawed my fingers. Anyway, let's move on. Not really. It's very sulfury. I use it with a bit of I sort of combine it with L-citrulline when I have it, and it tends to basically mask the taste. Yeah, so it depends. I know Dad actually puts it in his yogurt in the evening. So he adds it to yogurt, mixes it up and has it with his yogurt. So I have used yogurt in the past, so that does work. I did. And actually I had quite severe. So did Dad, actually. Dad had quite severe as well. But we're all in the clear. I still have some sludge. And occasionally my stones have gone, but I have still some low-grade sludge that still seems to, months later, and I mean now we're talking about 2 years, the majority of my poo, so to speak, is darker, but occasionally it gets a bit lighter, and I know it's probably still some sludge there. And I notice it when I actually increase the, when I have, sometimes I'll put a bit extra taurine, and I notice basically the next day or the day after, it's the coloration, which means there was a bit more sludge released. So you got a bit extra bile, and that basically changed the discoloration. But generally my stuff is browny, but it gets not light brown, but it gets sort of less darker in a sense. And I know that there's still some residual there. So it hasn't completely. It takes time. I mean, you stuff up your body, it takes time. I mean, to get rid of all the fibrotic tissue within my heart, it took about a decade with high dose of taurine. And it does get rid of that. And that's what showed in 2019, in November, when I did my test. And then after the new year, I had my arguments with a young cardiologist, another twat. He wanted to promote, even though I was healthier than before, he wanted to promote statins. Fucking idiots. Rather than asking me, how did I actually, and then he actually wanted to lecture me about Mendelian studies. What an absolute cockwomble. That's what the universities are producing. Yeah, it doesn't really have much of a taste. It's sort of very neutral, bland. It's sort of, it's strange. It just I don't know how you could describe it. It doesn't really taste like anything. It's just like bland. I just combine it in water and just don't even notice it. So yeah, probably, look, some people do. It depends on the brand as well. That's the other thing, Richard. Does depend on the brand. If they got fillers and crap like that, it could have some other aftertaste. Actually, L-citrulline actually tastes better. And L-citrulline is much better than L-arginine, because L-arginine goes straight to the liver. The liver is a hog, is a nasty, nasty hog. Needs to be spanked, because when you use L-arginine as the liver takes most of it. Let it get it from the meat and other things, and not hog the supplement. So what you do is L-citrulline will go into the bloodstream, convert to L-arginine, and then basically that will convert to nitric oxide and vasodilate your blood vessels. So yes, you get a much better boost in vasodilation. So L-citrulline is the thing. I think I've shown you guys. I've got it over somewhere over there, not next to me to be able to show it. And that brand I'm actually changing, because I'm getting a different one. So I'm still investigating which is the best brand to replace it with. So I will be getting back to that point at some other stage. I don't mind sour and tart, so. But, it's. Have you ever tried L-arginine, Richard? You should try it. It's not as nice, believe me. G'day, DJ Projectus. Good to see you here, mate. Morning to you as well. Ah, yes. There you go. Ah, yes. Bonjour, exactly. Fabnado. That's true as well. Because of the malate. That's true as well. Yes. Yeah, that is true. Forgot about that. Yeah, because a lot of the supplements do combine it with malate. That's true. Yeah. Yes, yes. Eat that the truth. Yeah, definitely. Thanks. That's true. It is cheaper, but you have to use double the dose. Depends on the brands. Some of them, even as citrulline malate, aren't too bad. They have some of them are quite clean, have very little other crap, and it's just basically, yep, it is malate, but it's not clear. But it's one rather than multiple fillers. But yeah, that's true. It is, in a sense, because you're after the citrulline anyway. So it's always hard to find, because that one that I had is citrulline, but it's, there's a couple of brands now that are pure, but it's really hard to get them everywhere. That's the biggest problem I find with citrulline. Bjorn, it's some countries it's easy to find certain types and others, and it's and iHerb doesn't really have anything. Let me just check again. Last time I checked, they didn't really have anything that I was happy with anyway. So yeah, still a lot of the malate ones with the Allmax and all these sort of things, or the Now ones and all that, and they're all malate, and they're all pretty much with fillers. Even the Dr. Best one, I think that's still got some fillers, isn't it? No, actually, it doesn't. Oh, well, there you go. You have to get notified. Helps improve circulation and muscle maintenance. So this is a new Kiowa quality, which I have no idea what. Hey, Bjorn, do you know what the Kiowa quality is all about? Is that some new type formulation? I haven't seen that before. I've never bought from iHerb citrulline. So, and this has got no other ingredients, no flavors, no preservatives, no nothing. So, and that is basically pure L-citrulline. Converts to L-arginine to support L-arginine and nitric oxide levels. Exactly what it's supposed to do. Most effective way to increase nuclei through anabolic steroids. Is it through micronuclear? What about what do you think about this type of quality? You ever heard about it, Bjorn? Know anything about it? Because I don't know anything about this. Is it a new manufacturing process or not? I don't know enough about it to be able to make a comment, because it could actually be good. I need to look into it. If you don't know, I'll have to look into it to see whether it's a better option. that regard. A lot of the others, you know, I'm not pointing. Do not sue me. Sort of, you know, do not, yeah. You know what I mean? Have a lot of fillers and stuff like that. So, in that regard, especially all these sort of whatever this and all that come from the big bodybuilding supplement companies. Yeah, okay, never heard of it. Yeah, neither have I. No idea. May have to look into it. You know, find more about it. There's always, you know, because there's new industrial process of purification and stuff like that. That at least has got clear, you know, it's all and nothing else. So, which is good. Okay. Now, what's those? Thoughts, please, on carbs for female hormones. Strong sisters lost period on carnivore and now adding carbs to get them back. Nah, not the carbs. They were basically they were on a very high protein, lower fat diet of carnivore, and they did excessive amount of exercise, and they had very little body fat. And when you have very little body fat and you don't eat enough fat, your endocrine system goes into the toilet. They actually cut down their level of exercise as they were transitioning to carbs. They actually pointed that out in one of their videos. So is it the stopping the excess amount and providing their body with more energy that is actually helping their hormones? Because you do need energy to create hormones. So whether it's fat or carbs, both do help. You know, the difference is if you have too much fat, too much carbs excessively, you may engage the Randall cycle and create inflammation, and bad things happen from that. But generally speaking, no, just absolute cockwomble nonsense on their part, because there are plenty of people out there that are eating a species appropriate diet. If that was the case, then all the Inuit should have died out a very long time ago. The Inuit women should have never been able to bear children because they had practically zero carbs in their diet. It's nonsense. These women were basically undernourishing themselves and doing excessive exercise. They had very little body fat. The reason why women have more body fat than men is to basically support the endocrine system. But these women, like the vegan women, starved themselves to be thin, ultra thin, and eventually had this stuff where they affected their hormones. That is why I've always said women need to consume more fat than protein, because they have bigger fat requirements and less protein requirements compared to men. You know, where men 1-to-1, women 1.2 to 0.8. And I've been saying that for ages, not now, since I've been on YouTube. But I and my subs are the only people that listen to that are paying attention, that is. But everybody else doesn't seem to make a point of it. And even when I continually make a point of it, and even on Bart's channel and many other places, it seems that it never registers with anyone. I don't know why. I have no friggin' idea why. Probably the only person, even though we have some differences because she's more keto, like Stephanie Keto person, at least she understands that fat is very important for a woman's endocrine system. These ladies were restricting their fat consumption while they were doing excessive exercise. Not very good for the endocrine system. Yeah. And then blaming, you know, carnivore diet when you're not consuming, when you're eating too much muscle meat and not enough fat, lean meat as a woman, you know, come on. That just shows absolute ignorance, cockwombleness on their part. But then they listened to the other cockwomble, Salad Boy, and said, oh, have a bit of honey, ladies, and all that. Placate yourselves, and you'll be better. What can one say? You don't want that sort of stuff. That's seed oil. Not good. Bjorn, you're going to answer that, I believe. Sweden? I can't remember now. I think Sweden, Bjorn said last time, a while ago. I believe so. But I could be wrong. Exactly. That's exactly right. You know, that's been well documented and all that. Fucking, you know, absolute joke, those two. My arrhythmias are congenital. So, you know, there's another congenital defect person. He's called Blinky. Is he still here or is he gone? He's not reacted. Norway. Okay, I got it wrong. Sorry, Bjorn. It's Norway. I should pay more attention. He's not an ABBA fan. That should have explained it to me. I think I made a comment about ABBA once upon a time. I'm not sure whether Bjorn made a remark or not. So I should have known. Hold up, Roy. Oh, he's here. He's still here. Oh, Blinky's still here. Oh, did you hear that? The defects here. Yes, way too low. Yes, we call him our carnivorous brother from the north. Yeah, exactly. Look, some people that want to become, I know there's a lot of women that become Olympic athletes and all that and work far too hard, even when they're consuming carbs. You know, a lot of the Olympic athletes, they consume carbs, they carb load and stuff like that. They still get this problem, you know, because they over exercise. They become too lean and too over exercise, you know. So, you know, for competition, these girls were doing the same thing. So, and this is the thing that annoyed me. Had they continued doing that and put on and taken on the carbs, they would have seen much more higher, you know, muscle loss if they cut back on the protein. That would have actually shown quite clearly that they didn't know what they were on about. But what did they do? They eased off on the exercise and reduced the amount of physical activity when they did their transition. So really, you know, we weren't able to point that out, or they weren't able to realize that themselves. You know, what can you say? Nah, he's German. Elk meat. Yes, that would be interesting. Yes. You're not a nose to tail person. Oh well, we're not all of us. Well, eggs are pretty good as a nose to tail product, so that's always an option. Eggs are are much easier for most people. G'day, Uncle Alf. Good to see you, mate. Yes, that sounds good. Dried cod and brown cheese. Actually, I haven't had cod for a while. Yes, I do like cod. There's a nice area in Dunalley where I used to do a lot of fishing, catching cod. Yes, those were the days. Is she? I should check her out. I must be depriving myself. It's going to save a good perv. Let's move on. There are other people listening to this, potentially. I could get myself into trouble. We're all Indo-Europeans, the majority of us anyway. They swept from the central plains of around pretty much a lot of the agriculturalists, when they actually did I can't remember, this was a couple of years back when they actually looked at the genes, and I mean, like myself, out of the old agriculturalist genes, I only have 0.9. That's it. 0.9, no more. Better get the treadmill technician. So I only had 0.9 in that regard. And I was going to myself, so whereby, Greek genes, 99.1%. And they are, pretty much of those Greek tribes, which are pretty much Indo-European, where a lot of the genes of the original inhabitants and stuff like that pretty much were obliterated by the Indo-Europeans when they came through. The agriculturalist genes in most Europeans are very low, and the old tribal genes are very low as well in that regard. Most Europeans have very high amounts of lactose-persistent genes, either one or two of them. So, in that regard, most Europeans sort of are very closely related in the last couple of thousand years, in a sense, yes, in that regard. It's the reason why, if you take a look at the gods of ancient Greece, very similar to the gods of Thor and all that, they are human-formed gods in a very human form. And also, if you take a look at the traditions, Greeks basically, the way they view their gods were as similar to the frailties, or, if you take a look at other religions around the world, all other gods basically are viewed in sort of like above humans, or, with a certain type of, a behavior which is very different to human, or, stuff like that. Where you look at the Indo-Europeans, ancient Greek gods, the Thor and all that, they are very human with human frailties in very much, they just got godlike powers. What that does is actually creates a dynamic where humans respect the gods, but they don't basically, it's not the same worship as you get where it's sort of like a servile. And I think that's the reason why a lot of Europeans within culture, going right back to their tribal roots, have very much that strong, far more tribal cultural belief of freedom and stuff like that, and where they challenge the gods. Humans could challenge the gods in that regard, like the ancient Greeks, like many of the Nordic sort of traditions. So in that regard, there are a lot of similarities, yes, for all Europeans, in one respect, you could say. I've been looking at, there's a Greek academic, and I've been looking at some of the mythologies of Europe together with some of the changes in the Aegean, like the sea level changes in the Aegean. And they've actually, some of the mythologies start making sense, because when you lower the water, some of the things that are described in some of those myths are there, the ability to walk between certain parts or whatever that were described in those. And this guy's going back, this is like in prehistory type thing, and looking at these sort of the movements of people, the interactions, things like, was it possible, the things that we talk about, Perseus and Hercules and whatever else, we're not saying that this exact person or whatever, but you never know. But, is the myth and legend, just a way of describing history of that time in a more in the more tribal, simplistic way that we, would consider as myth today, but it's really just, a different way, because remember, these people believed in spirits and, a sort of an animist type faith and stuff like that. So, it's interesting. It's interesting. Unfortunately, I would love to actually play some of that stuff. It's all in bloody Greek, and he doesn't have any English translation. So, at some point, maybe next year, if I have time, I may actually try and actually translate some of the stuff. That'd be pretty good for, people to be able to check it out. Anyway, let me move on. Yes, my interest in archaeology is prolific. Actually, a lot of my sites that I actually sub to are actually, quite a few of them about history and archaeology and stuff like that. It's one of my very much close to my heart things. Anyway, let's move on. Wild meat like elk, deer, and reindeer is great. Okay, there you go. You've got a diverse ruminant diet, much more diverse than mine or the average person out there. Okay, thoughts on insomnia since going very low carb or very low or on carnivore? Can be a number of factors. Sometimes it's a transition. Sometimes not enough tryptophan. Sometimes there can be an adjustment of the gut microbiome, and in relations to your sort of the B vitamins, especially pantothenic acid. So certain foods that may be higher in it, you may have gut bacteria that are producing quite excessive for whatever reason. That can also be an issue. There's a lot of different issues that could be at play. Sometimes providing additional vitamin D can actually help the other bacteria and sort of normalize that in the B vitamin exchange. That's one possibility. I'm not saying another. The other thing is, blue light, your circadian rhythms. Are you exposed to a lot of blue light? A lot of people, I tend to find that when they do go low carb and all that, they seem to acquire a bit of a sensitivity to blue light more than on other diets. Or basically, people get comatose, like, Richard Burgess gets comatose on high carbohydrate diets and just is so tired all the time, is much easier to actually go to bed. So there's a lot of things that can be at play in that regard as well. People that are on a carnivore diet or a low inflammatory diet tend to sleep less anyway. I tend to sleep around 7 hours most of the time, sometimes 6, sometimes 8. It varies. If I take extra taurine at night, it usually basically gets me to sleep, because taurine actually has also a calming effect. GABA increases GABA, and also some people can actually make them more drowsy than others. Taking vitamin D supplements later in the day or in the evening will suppress melatonin. So are you taking vitamin D in the wrong time? If you're taking it in the evening, that's another possibility. I have heard some people say there's an adjustment period for some reason. I never had that effect, so I've got no idea. So I pretty much sleep, as I said, on average around 6.5 to 7.5 hours. So it's hard to know. I know that Bart was dealing with somebody who had this similar condition and sort of helped them out. There can be other factors as well, that can be at play. There are so many possible factors. Yeah, I'll actually have to ask him, and or you could ask him. Just ask Bart next time you see him. Ask him about it, or basically go and do a consultancy with him, But usually, it is blue light situation seems to be some people become sensitive. I don't know, maybe it's genetics. I don't know the exact reason why it happens. There can sometimes be that for some reason your stress levels were high in the first place, and as a consequence they became a bit higher. Stress can be brought down with things like taurine. Will bring down the excitatory effect, which is good, and also sodium as well. Are you getting enough sodium? If you're not getting enough sodium, that can have an effect as well, because you may not be calming down the nervous system. Because at the end of the day, if your sympathetic nervous system is more activated, that's an issue. You need your more parasympathetic, and sodium and taurine tend to help with that. And I know I've heard some people that basically have had insomnia because of low sodium levels. So that there's a lot of factors. So yeah, try a few things out, see if it works. If it doesn't, come back to me. We'll have another chat, or go and ask Bart or something, So yeah, could be a number of factors. I haven't really dealt with a lot of people. I know I've got some ideas and all that, but it could be a number of factors. It could be a play. I need more information, more background information. Send me an email and I'll look into it. And if it's something obvious, so tell me what your lifestyle is like and what you're eating and any underlying conditions or medications. And so when I've got a more complete picture, then I can give you an answer. It's really hard to really know what one factor could be at play. Sometimes, too little taurine, or, there could be things like you may be being depleted of sulfur amino acids. And so you don't have enough of that sulfur to basically calm you down. And that could be basically from oxalate dumping, and it's just one of those strange things. It could be a B vitamin issue, like pantothenic acid. So there's a lot of different things for a whole lot of different reasons that change when you change sort of dietary and lifestyle. And it's trying to pin it down exactly on which one it is. We call it insomnia, but insomnia can be from a number of blue light exposure or severe blue light exposure, from vitamins and certain other micronutrients to the blue light. So there's a lot of possibilities. So it's not an easy answer. I mean, if it was an easy answer, most doctors would be dealing with it. Most doctors can't deal with it. All they do is they medicate you to try and get you to sleep, or they give you high doses of melatonin to force you to sleep. That's not a good thing long term either. You become dependency in your body down regulates, and it causes certain hormonal disturbances and imbalances in the long run. So drop me a line, but give me all that sort of background. Any drugs, lifestyle changes, transitional changes. So I need a lot of details to be able to pin down what is the culprit. Because it's going to be different for every person, because we're all different people in many different ways. This week, I was surprised. They may not be perfect, but they do promote a lot of what Harry says, the deuterium, etc. Oh, do they now? Oh, interesting. That's good to hear. It's strange that they promote carbohydrates and then they talk about deuterium, which are loaded in, which carbohydrates tend to be very high in deuterium. Strange. Oh, Bo's in there. G'day, Bo. got to learn to appreciate them. I'll have to do a video on organ meats, show you some of the Greek recipes, how they do the stuff and all that, how they make organ meats taste tasty. So you guys can start eating real organ meats and stop going, ugh. Ah, shit. Just lost my spot. What just happened there? Ah, it jumped. So, yes, the Netherlands. Yes. I did say, what did I say? Oh, yes, windmills. Well, you do have windmills as well, and cows. So don't ignore your heritage of windmills. Don't like seaweed. Has varying amounts and can be problematic. Thoughts on Australia was metric. Why do you use ounces? Because there are a lot of people that use ounces as well. So I tend to basically tell people both. That's the reason why. So I do the conversions. A lot of these, some of these US sites are all in ounces. So I need to basically do both. And I do both for both North American people that are basically going to watch this at some point and other people. So that's the only reason I try to keto for everyone as much as possible within reason. But yes, I know. You say, oh, this is the Euro-Asian. They should do their own conversions, those North Americans. Yes. Got to be nice to them, Uncle Alf. It's like that alien film. There's something alive in my tummy. Dom. Should I say it? Should I say it? It's at the tip of my tongue. It's a gnome. You asked for it, Dom. Yes, yes. Or it could be a 4-leaf clover. Yes. Yeah, I know. It's awful, isn't it, Angela? Yes. Streaming. That's the only annoying thing with StreamYard. Sometimes it flies through. Restreaming doesn't do that. I don't lose any of my comments. Yes. But I use this and then I will switch to the other one when I've finished that. Well, happy birthday to you, Trouble. You tell them. Steak with, you need a topping, poached egg, a nice poached egg. Tell them a steak and a nice poached egg on top. It's a 4-leaf clover. He inhaled it, thinking that it would give him luck. That's what happened, Dom. Such compliments. Oops. Yeah, yeah, yeah. How many brain cells did that take to sort of compute that? Ah, yes. Yes, it does. Well, we can go to a pub in Hobart. Yes, we can go to a pub, have drinks, sit around with our friends. It's not as bad currently, especially in Tasmania. It's been, we haven't really, beyond the restriction that we're restricted to the state of Tasmania to a large extent and to the country. Hasn't been too bad. We haven't had really, well, Tasmania hasn't really suffered any, in the south in particular, any real lockdowns. So we haven't really felt that experience as other areas. So, but I know what you mean. A lot of the life hasn't come back into the city like it used to be. It's starting to come back, but yeah, it's not what it was like. So it is still annoying. Yes, Mr. Keys and his cockwomble behaviour, his corrupt behaviour to be more precise. Yes. Yes. Gotta love the Irish with their Guinness and stuff like that. Yes, I have. My mother fed me brains when I was very young. So I ended up consuming quite a bit of brains. Maybe that's why I'm a brainiac. Spank my little baby. You guys are having more fun than me. Carrying on like this. Yes, you'll get a stronger boner. Now, for an old fella like me, I can attest to that. I won't go into more details unless I get myself into trouble. Overload training, basically more training, more satellite cells, and a new nuclei. When detrained, these nuclei would remain and the muscles would rebuild quicker if trained later. Yep. You actually produce more when you're young. So I always remind people, do more now that you're young, because it's much harder as you get older. So the younger you are, the more you should do. Unfortunately, when a lot of young people nowadays are sitting at home, playing with their computer and eating a vegan diet, and a lot of these young kids that are eating high vegan diets, they are going to suffer in the future, with sarcopenia and all these problems. They will do far worse in their older years. So, yeah, not looking good for the future generations. Let's put it that way. Well, why ask? It's not me. I'd like to find out. Oh, God. Yes. That you can do that in old age. That's what the vegans will probably do. Yes. Flirt with the nurse. Nice one. Yeah. Oh, that was the thing that we were talking about last time. The L-citrulline formulation, the new one. Anyway, yes, jab. Pfizer solves erectile dysfunction. Does it? I'm getting the jab. I need more in my old age. Didn't you watch the Game Changers? Exactly. Eat a kibble diet and get a boner. The thing that they forgot to tell us is that in the Game Changers, that was a standard the standard diet versus the vegan diet. That's what it really, really was. One was engaging the Randall cycle, the other one wasn't. That's why one was slightly more inflamed, and the other one was less inflamed but becoming deficient over time. That's the only difference. Something that these people ignored completely. Yes. Yes. But let me put it this way, Bert, it does work. L-citrulline is a good vasodilator. Some people, I have used once, a friend of mine who did I don't know what his status is now, but he actually gave me once Viagra, and I actually did consume it. And then Mira wanted to go bloody out shopping, and I had a boner all day long, which looked ridiculous. And yes, my friends know about it, but now you guys know about it. And so when I get into very old age, I may consider it, but not at this stage, because I know some young people are, and I'm saying, why? It's not a good thing. Basically get off the kibble diet, get on a species-appropriate diet. You'll have better vasodilation. Add some citrulline, really good in that regard. I can attest to that. It's sort of the thing. But it definitely, when it comes to Viagra, it definitely works. Problem is, don't take it. You take it later, so you can do the thing multiple times, and then you can basically sort of work it out of your system, so to speak. Don't go outdoors when you haven't, worked it out of your system sufficiently. So, yes, it was quite funny. Let's put it that way. Improves erections. Oh, yes. So, yes, I've done those sort of stupid things. Yes. L-citrulline is the malic acid. Can be upsetting to the stomach. Yes, it can. That is true. Yeah, it's better to get, clean, in that regard, so it's less of an issue. And that's probably the thing. It's the irritation part. I like a lot of these fillers and crap. Bjorn's very, he thinks about these things like me. It's, guys, if you're going to use supplements, get them as clean as possible. That's what I try to do, because it's way better that way. Less problems, the more fillers and crap that are in there is always a damn problem. There's one or two things that they have in, the Swedish, the probiotic, the Swedish one, and they've got the only patent. Nobody else produces it, and they bloody put these other like flavors in and stuff like that. I'd love if they just made a plain, simple one with nothing else in it and stuff like that for people that wanted it like that, which is annoying because they're the only producers of that strand, that specific strain. They've got a patent, which means that nobody else can produce that with that strain. And that specific strain actually works against pathogens really well. So it's like somebody having control over an antibiotic and they only have it, nobody else, and that will kill the very lethal ones where the other ones won't. And it's the same sort of situation we find ourselves in, that you're forced to go to one company because they have a patent for who knows how many years. They'll be able to redo it slightly to hold on to the patent as long as possible, but it means you can't access it in a better formulation, or they won't provide it, because what they're doing is they're providing the same type in terms to basically they do it in a way so it can actually be both for kids and parents. It probably saves them. It's probably more economical, cost effective for them because the market is a smaller market. But they have to sort of make it appropriate for kids as well. Yes, they should learn to basically consume things that are more bland. They've been brought up on too many sugary treats. unfortunately. Yes. Yes, science, irrefutable science. Yes. Yes. The vegans are always correct. You should know that. What is wrong with you people? You know, crackpottery of the highest order is the best, highest form of science and research. Yes. Randomized control is the lowest. The expert opinion is the best. You should value highly. What a crackpot says is absolutely right. Exactly. That is true. It doesn't. Exactly. But it's not a good thing to be in continuous catabolic state. Is very important. We eat extra protein. And still, insulin doesn't really go that high. Remember the insulin to glucagon ratio on just eating steak? 1.3. So you don't get a lot of the growth pathways being overexpressed, which is a good thing because we don't want that. We want enough for muscle protein synthesis and no more. You want me to hold up? What are you? An invalid? Decrepit? Are you eating kibble, Blinky? And you can't keep up with me? Is that your problem? Are you on the Gregor treadmill protocol? Oh, is he? Oh, you mean the treadmill man? Yes, he is. He's the real McCoy. He's a true technician of a species inappropriate diet. He would say, I'm wrong. Yes. Oh, yes. Just look at the muscles on him. He's incredible. He's a specimen of grandeur. Gregor, the professional sports are very unhealthy for women, evolutionary inconsistent. There's a lot of truth in that. That is true. Most of the men went and did the hunting and a lot of the hunting stuff over long distances. So there is a bit of truth in that. But yes, none of the yes. Got to be careful what we say. It's a PC world. Yes, there is no X. Bjorn, don't you know there is no X and Y chromosome? There is a variety of sociological, types. You've got it wrong, mate. You're too biological. Oh, Dr. Gregor, my dear good friend, how are you? Yes. With Michael pushing it to the limits during lockdown. Oh, it must be hard. It must be really hard. Yes. Yes. Are you suffering severely because of these lockdowns? Do you muzzle yourself well? Do you put the mask on? Have you got the little ball inside? The muzzle guard, that is. Can't work miracles. Well, you got to try something. Treadmill can help. Gets the blood circulating. That's it. That's exactly it. Yes. You're a post-human. I should have realized that. Yes. DJ Projectus, he is the first true transhuman. Yes, he is the epitome of human evolution. We should look and follow the great Gregor. Yes. Green zombie. Nice way to describe him. That's hate speech. Do you know that, Melina? That's hate speech. You need to be spanked. Have a blender. He sounds like a blender. The garbage that comes out of his mouth. Exactly. Plant-based propaganda 2 over there, Harry. Yes, we carnies are so bad towards Gregor. Poor Gregor. Suits type of guy. Gregor's more an Aphrodite, but an ugly one. Do you understand Kino Greek? Yes, καταλαβαίνω ελληνικά πάρα πολύ καλά. You know, πήγα στο γυμνάσιο στην Ελλάδα και γι' αυτό ήμουν εκεί το 70 μέχρι τη μέση του δεκαετία του 80 και έχω καλή προφορά και you know, καταλαβαίνω και επιστημονικούς you know, ορολογίες και διάφορα τέτοια πράγματα, φιλοσοφία και ένα σωρό άλλα πράγματα που έχω διαβάσει στα ελληνικά. Hope that explains how good my Greek is. I did high school over there after all. So, in a lot of other things, yes. Have you read Graham Hancock's book, Harry? Really interesting take on ancient civilizations. No, I haven't. I'll look into it. I've heard of the name, sounds familiar, but I haven't actually read the book. I tend to look at a lot of archaeological, like the way a lot of people do archaeology by reading a lot of books of authors and people like that. I tend to look at all the studies in like archaeological, like magazines that are actually doing research in, you know, like they've uncovered something and they're doing research in different things. And I also have, through one of the academic sites, which I've got membership, I get all the N15 data for a lot of different populations around the world and do a lot of research in that regard as well. So biological archaeology, and a lot of other things like that. So I don't read a lot of books. I sort of focus on more the research side of things in that regard. But I'll look into it. There's always, I in the past I used to read a lot of books on archaeology, but I don't do as much. I do my own research nowadays by looking at research papers in particular. And occasionally I will look at some YouTube channels which have their own twist on history or their interpretation. And I'm always interested in people's interpretations, how they view the same data, their perspective. So it always sometimes elucidates some interesting things that I may have not thought about. So, but I will check it out. Thanks. Yes. Have your fruit. So Billy slept 3 hours a day, but eventually went back to normal. Yeah, look, a lot of people have had something like that in the past. And I've sort of had something like that when I was doing keto. And then it just went away. It was a couple of days, and that was about, which was, I had like really severe insomnia. This is quite a few years back when I was very ketotic. And then it went away. I've never had any of the issues like that under Carnivore. But then again, people have insomnia under every single diet, and there can be so many factors. You change your diet, your hormones sort of shift in some way, funny way or whatever, some other factor in life, stresses or whatever, and it can be really very hard to know exactly all the factors that are at play. When it comes to insomnia and things like that, it's complicated. Sometimes you take certain supplements and a certain combination doesn't work really well in your body, and then you slightly adjust it and things go back to normal. So there are, a lot of elements. And as I said, could be, micronutrient. It could be, bacterial. It could be, circadian rhythms. It could be so many. I mean, blue light is very pronouncedly different from some bacteria or some specific micronutrient like a pantothenic acid. So there's a wide sort of possibility, and then there is a wide lot of shifts that take place. It's one of those really hard things to nail down. But if it persists for a long period of time, then you really have to work out what it is, because you can't live like that, But if it's only a small period of time, like I've had a couple of days, where it was annoying and it was actually quite unsettling, worrying, but then it went away and I'll go, that's great. So, yeah. Oh, Dr. Gregor says, number one reason for death, vegan doctors. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Exactly. The Superman Gregor. Yes. Yes. An evolutionary specimen of the highest order. And don't you forget it, the man. You should bow down to that glorious, glorious piece of human flesh. Or, you know what I mean. Anyway, I could have made that more comical. I didn't. No, anyway, let's move on. Vegan doctors have a relatively new channel named Physicians Committee. Oh, God. It sounds like basically next they'll be appointing a czar, their own czar vegan or commissar, a committee with commissars, vegan commissar, nutritional commissars. Fucking hell, that that cockwombles, they're trying to make themselves very official, just blurting out pseudo crap continuously. Yes. Soyanists, very true. Vegan in town, yes, very much. G'day, Bo. Another person that doesn't like sleeping. Yes. Oops. And how many IUs of vitamin D does it take to increase serum vitamin D? 1 nanogram milliliters, e.g., example, deciliters, you mean, the nanograms. The other one is the nanomoles per milliliter. E.g., if you wanted to raise it to 10 nanogram, how much might I need to supplement? No medical advice expected. Let me put it this way. We don't know. It depends on your adipose tissue. How much adipose tissue do you have? It's complicated. How healthy are you? Do you need more? Does your body need to take more? It's a very hard thing to know. I know people say, oh, so much and all that. That's nonsense. That's based on rats studies. Clean rats and all that. And I go, no. We don't know exactly, because all humans are very dissimilar. Some people are more fatter than others, so they can take up in their adipose tissue more vitamin D. That's why you need to test yourself before start mega dosing. That's why I always say 5,000 IUs is about half what you would get if you're out in the sun on a regular time. So that's safe, in that regard. And what the body doesn't use, it will go into, it gets stored as 25 OHD. Some of it will get as free. It'll get lodged in the immune parts of the immune system, and also in some of those areas in the breast tissue, the prostate, and the kidneys, the liver, and many other parts as free, that will bind to certain parts, enzymatic pathways and all that it'll support as free, vitamin D as the free, hormone that it is, in a sense. So it's a really hard thing to know. You really need to check in that regard. Most people, I can guarantee you, are going to be on the low side than the higher side that are going to risk. You're only going to be really at high levels of vitamin D if you're taking 100,000 IUs or more for months upon months upon months. That's what the research has shown in the past. So I think most people are pretty safe between 5 to 10,000 IUs to take, and that's where you should focus on. If you're fatter, 10,000. If you're slimmer or average, 5,000. If you're morbidly obese, you may need to take initially, 100,000 for about a month, and then drop down to about 20,000, and then potentially drop down to about 10,000 continuous after that. So it depends, because a lot of it will end up in your adipose tissue. And there's been people that have taken over 100,000 for a short amount of time, then they've gone and tested and they are deficient still. Exactly. So I can't give you a number. There are so many differences genetically as well. Some people tend to have a better ability to take in and also create more 25 OHD. There is genetics differences. There's a bit of a U curve for that as well. So there are too many variations. So, and because it's a hormone-like thing, I don't like giving specific numbers. I think people should get tested to get a baseline, then do a couple of months with a certain dose, and then do another test. See where they're at and see how their body is working. So you can actually say, okay, in winter, this is what my body usually does. If I take this amount, then the next month you can probably up it slightly and then test again and go, okay, that seems to maintain a better level for me, for my body. And then the only time you're going to up it above that is when you get a cold, some flu or whatever, because when you get respiratory corona type viruses, which are respiratory infection type things, then the need for vitamin D goes up considerably. And so then you would up it. But I don't like giving specific numbers. I prefer people go and get tested. I know some people give certain numbers, but they are numbers which are really basically nonsense. We can't really know. There are so many variations amongst humans. So you've got to test. And it is a hormone. It is not really a vitamin. It's just because we were going through the, A, B vitamins initially, because it was yeast, they all ended up in one lump together, but then we realized they're all separate, so we made them B1, B2 onwards like that. Then we came along C and then D when we discovered these things. And even though we didn't really understand that it was really a hormone, we sort of, but they sort of just gave it, because at the time, if it wasn't basically a mineral, it automatically was given the designation as a vitamin. So it's just the way it was called. Which they do have other names like thiamine, and they do have other names like riboflavin, and biotin is another one, which used to be called a vitamin, but now it's just called biotin. I think they should do something similar to vitamin D. Stop calling it a vitamin and calling it D hormone or something like that. But that's my opinion, what they should do. But it's really hard. I don't like, test yourself and, make the adjustments. But it's probably going to be, if you're average, most carnivores are pretty average weight, or either slimmer or average weight, 5 to 10,000, depending on what your latitude is probably all you need. So that's all I can say in that regard. But you need to test yourself. In most cases, I think you're pretty safe, Dom. I think you're pretty safe. You're not going to really go very high, even if you take 10,000 IUs. So in winter, I usually, if I'm not going to the tropics, I've got a 10,000 IU dose. That's what I take. I don't give a shit what other people do. That's their business. I usually, when people ask me how much should I take, I usually say, well, 5,000 IUs is probably is fine for an adult, which is the lowest limit of the, is the highest limit of what most people will actually recommend. But I go double, because I say, well, if I'm out in the sun, I'll get anywhere between 10,000 to 20,000. So I usually go for that amount to maintain my levels a bit much higher. I've noticed by doing that, either by going to the tropics, or this year when I wasn't able to get away to get to the tropics, obviously I went for, you got to be careful with these things. Don't go overboard. But I wouldn't worry too much in that regard at those dosages that I recommend. But I usually just recommend 5,000. I take 5,000 in spring and autumn, and 10,000 in the middle of winter. So that's me. But what you do is your body. This is not medical advice. This is just my opinion on what I do. Yes, it is. Beta-carotene is poorly converted. And if you're Irish, like Dom, it's even poorer. They have the lowest and poorest conversions. So did the Icelanders. So do the coastal Norwegians and stuff like that. They have the shittiest genes when it comes to conversion, because they consume shitloads of cod liver oil. So they should be eating a species-appropriate diet, getting it from animal foods and not from kibble. Yes. I've got a 32% reduction in my genetics. Some people in the tropics have better beta-carotene conversion. That's just because they've lived in those areas and they've acquired that genetic change. So I'm somewhere with a 32%, I've still got 60, about 2/3 conversion capacity. So much better than most Northern Europeans, especially in the Ireland, the UK, and parts of Scandinavia tend to be far worse in terms of beta carotene. It's the reason why some people from those sort of areas tend to go orange. Yes, and they're not basically orange men either. People know what I mean. I'm getting hungry. God, am I having that effect, Bo? Bloody hell. It's this late. I better drink my milk. I don't feel too guilty, because I did do it from yesterday. I didn't eat anything until nearly 5. And then today, just before this, I did some patties and all that, and some eggs, patties, and the milk. So I did do a 24-hour fast, so I don't feel guilty. I always do that after my cheat day. All done. Sorry about that. That was a bit gross and a bit yes. Get it right, Dom. Exactly. Oh. Yes. Good. Get your, yes. Roy recommends you get your self-tested. That awful Harry just says, take 10,000 years. What's wrong with you, you weak thing? Don't listen to him. Yes. Kibble was there to be basically fed to animals, not to humans. Exactly, Bjorn. Exactly. Even my ancestors, even they lived in the Mediterranean. You look at the N15 data of the ancient Greeks, it says it all. Ruminant animals and coastal fish. And even coastal fish, small amounts. I know that because I've gone to the mountainous areas where my father comes from. Most of Greece is mountainous, 85%. Most people came from those areas. Yeah, they moved into the lowlands and now they live in Athens, and now they're basically cosmopolitan and they can eat like others, modern people. They eat their kibble. Well, they don't, not as bad in Greece, but you know what I mean. People in those highlands, like what in the highlands Mary Ruddock saw with the people eating primarily a sort of a pastoral diet, like the Messiah, pastoral diet of meat and dairy. Very much that's how my relatives pretty much ate. And especially my family, we've got a lot of centenarians, for that reason. So I've got good genes, but, I did still have a heart condition. Yes, that's what happens when you consume shitloads of seed oil and you actually make sure you consume shitloads to keep that cholesterol down, because that's what the crackpots told you. Yes. And you get sicker by the year. Yeah, pretty much in Hobart the same. It's exactly the same, Jules. Down here, it's just basically you can just move around, no masks. I mean, there are some idiots that go around with masks. I don't know why. We've got nothing. We haven't had an incident in ages. There's been not one person. And you've got idiots going around with masks. But anyway, it's very few and far between. But there's absolutely nothing, in that regard. They never had to do anything like that, even if we give them the benefit of the doubt with all their nonsense, because in the early days, we didn't really know how bad it was going to be. Now we know that it's not as bad. It's maybe a slight bit worse than the flu, not much worse. It's just another coronavirus, like the flu's a coronavirus. I mean, it isn't as bad. Good vitamin D levels will basically protect you. But unfortunately, we turned the world upside down. Look at the debt levels that even in Australia we've generated. Not a good thing. We could have basically just sealed off the external borders, and basically still allowed internally people to move around and just, deal with a suburb to suburb, whatever, when you had a slight outbreak, until we eliminated any outbreaks, if that's what they wanted, because I was so paranoid. Understandable in the early days when you don't know, but once people started learning that it wasn't as bad, we should have stopped all this nonsense, but we didn't. We just, the experts, they can't be wrong, and they couldn't actually accept responsibility that they got it wrong. Easy. If they basically said, well, we thought it was going to be like 1918, but it, from what we've assessed now, it's not as bad. So we're going to rechange our, they could have quite easily done that. But unfortunately, they didn't. And that's why we got where we got. Ultimately, even older people, the death rate in America is specific because of the poor health. People have got a lot of comorbidities. Compared to Europe and Australasia, Americans tend to be much sicker population. They've got far more comorbidities, far more health problems. They've been on the treadmill of processed food and big pharma for much longer than any other people on the planet. That is why they had so many people. They usually have big, horrendous numbers, even in flu season, compared to other parts of the world. So it's not surprising, But if somebody had just basically said, well, get them off the kibble and, pump them up with a bit of vitamin D, they probably would have had a much lower death rate, and they wouldn't have had to damage their economy as well. So it's just crazy. The world's just gone mad. If it was as bad as 1918 and young people and children and everybody else was dying left, right, and center, yes, I can understand. That is a real pandemic. This was not a pandemic. It has not affected young people. Hasn't even affected most middle-aged people. It's primarily older people. We're talking about people. I think the average age is about 80 of people that died. A lot of these people were frail and probably would have died from the flu anyway, and if not this year, next year. You know what I mean? It's just crazy stuff, unfortunately. But what do you do when the majority of people are sheep and go along with the whole damn thing? Crazy world. I got orange carotene spots a few years ago. Oh, so you are an orange woman, Melina. See, you didn't even have to get a tan. You didn't have to go to the tropics to get a tan. You just had a bit of an orange glow to you. What's wrong with you? Why are you bitching and complaining? You got it for free. Yes, I know. Yes, that's what lack of conversion capacity does to you. Yeah, a lot of Poles have that as well, People who are from any parts of Northern Europe tend to have, especially populations that have got access to cod liver and stuff like that. I know the Poles had. I know a lot of those populations had and tend to be. Because my mother's from lowlands and dad's from highlands. I think that's the reason why I've got a bit better conversion. But a lot of people from the highlands also in Greece do have poorer conversion because they had a lot of organ meats and fish livers and stuff like that from the rivers in the mountains and stuff like that, and they tend to also, but it's just the lowland Greeks, and we've sort of intermixed, and they tend to have better capacity, and I think that's where I get my capacity. Yeah, it's an issue, especially in particular for Northern Europeans and Central Europeans. But it is it drives me up the wall that governments in those parts of the world, are really negligent on this front. Vitamins A is really important, for cell differentiation, for proper regulation of collagen in a number of parts of the body, and most of our body is made of collagen. Our muscles have collagen in them, but our bones in particular, our skin, our intestinal tract, many other parts, are very much collagen rich. And, the regulation of those enzymes is really, the MMP enzymes is really important for good health. And it really drives me up the wall that governments, push this propaganda with friggin' kibble and all that. Drives me up the wall. Makes years. Yeah, it is rampant. It's just crazy. It's we everybody talks about, magnesium. Your excretion rate is 120 milligrams. If you eat a species appropriate diet, most people get enough magnesium. It's only when you're eating kibble you burn through more magnesium. The biggest problems, the biggest ones are, things like a lot of the fat soluble vitamins, vitamin D, MK4, and like K2 and retinol. The deficiency levels are rampant. It's absolutely far worse than magnesium or potassium or all this other stuff. The only reason you need all that other shit is because you're constantly eating more kibble, forcing up your blood pressure, and they want to put you on more and more. They keep on raising the average, in terms of magnesium and potassium, in terms to basically deal with the higher and higher blood pressure over, due to their higher and higher kibble consumption. It's crazy, At some point, they're going to get to dangerous areas where people are going to be dying because of too high levels of potassium. Fucking crazy, the world out there. Yes, that is the weird, weird world. And it's the reason why all these people have, a lot of young kids have got so many crooked teeth and malformation of their cranium and all that. Again, lack of fat-soluble vitamins. Oh, someone has look out for Roy's gems. Oh, thank you, Blinky. He likes balls. Anyway, let's move on. I read this morning about doctors in Alexandria Hospital testing positive and tracing his contacts, etc. They were. I thought wasn't there a group that actually dealt with all that? Why are they doing it? Why should there's actually actual body that actually traces people and all that? Why are they getting involved? Doctors should just basically do the testing and not get involved with tracing. That's not their responsibility. What the fuck? Crazy things are happening continuously. Low fat, high carb diets where all the fat is replaced with vegetable oils. Horrible, painful death in the long run. Yes. Yes. My heart still asks me, why did you do it, Harry? Yes. Okay, possibly. Is it? It's possible to have a heart attack if you have no blockages. Yes, you can. There are a number of conditions. There is a condition where a certain, I'm trying to remember. It's a condition that it's viral or is it bacteria? I can't remember now, which actually can create problems. And there's also, but I can't remember it off the top of my head at the moment. Too tired, too many hours. And then there's also, from low taurine levels and excessive exercise and remodeling of the actual heart, that can also cause it, where there's for Barbados, yes, I think I've heard 40% of heart attacks are without blockages. I'm not sure about 40%, but yes, the bacterial from teeth can cause heart attacks. That's true, Alex. That's true as well. There are some sort of conditions of severe bacterial infections of different types. There are different types. I just can't remember their names off the top of my head. Melina's got to go. See you, Melina. And Yes, happy birthday to Nurse, to Trouble. Got rid of the nurse, Angela, just Trouble. Yes, too much trouble. And yeah, there is in that regard. So yes. Anyway, but usually, a lot of athletes, they're remodeling of their heart because of excessive, like constant steady state cardio will actually cause remodeling. There's another condition. I'm trying to think. There is something you do when you do cardio and something else. I think it's some foods and all that combination. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. That actually has an effect also on the right ventricular and some of the actual, it changes shape. It sort of doesn't, it's not so much an enlargement of it, but it changes shape. And even the actual, like one of the valves can actually be affected. I can't remember it. So there are a number of conditions that can actually cause that. Again, nutrient deficiencies is probably the prime reason for all this sort of stuff. And oxalates as well can burn through a lot of the sort of sulfur amino acids like taurine. So, so that could actually have an effect. Yes, electrical problems. Yes, that's true, but they usually are due to nutrient deficiencies in many cases, or especially if you consume too much potassium on a very low sodium, you could cause yourself problems where your heart could stop functioning. Yes, you're not going to get that with sodium. You can have as much sodium as possible. It's not going to stop your heart. Actually, your heart works better. But too much potassium could potentially kill you. Yes, endocarditis. Yep. Now, what was the other one? Now, let's move on. They stopped the AstraZeneca vax here in Norway after a couple of people got blood clots the last couple of days. Yes, good thing. Look, AstraZeneca is a double-edged sword. I think I know why it's happening. I looked into a bit of research. There is both a benefit and a risk and a mitigation strategy, but I haven't actually. I need to do the video next week. You'll understand what I mean. I don't want to give too much away, so let me put it that way. I know. Look, I could say it now, but don't say it, Harry. Leave it for the video. Anyway, let's move on. You'll have to wait, Bjorn, until I go for the video. There's even a biohack involved, Yeah, I know, it's just fucking crazy. The ridiculous stuff rabbit holes that I go down. Oh, let's move on. Blinky, what's Blinky saying? I bet it looks ridiculous at that size, Roy. What, my boner? What are you saying? It's only that big. It's quite big. Well, you're fortunate, patients with lockdown, especially, not curfew is really taking a hit, particularly amongst the young. Also, a general election is coming in the coming days. Look, yeah, it's just crazy. I mean, I would be quite fucking annoyed if I had to live under a curfew. I know it happened in war conditions, but, fucking hell, for a respiratory infection. Yes, I wouldn't be bloody happy at all. I can tell you. Oh, yes, it was. Exactly. Then they realized you could get bigger boners. Yeah, it's a vasodilator. Citrulline is also a vasodilator. The difference is, compared to Viagra, it doesn't have side effects. So I think I would rather use citrulline if I wanted to boost my performance in bed, so I could go rather than once, I can go twice or potentially even 3 if I can sort of not feel too tired after the twice. But yes, the difference is because it's a very strong, persistent vasodilator, you can be completely tired and still have a boner. Something to think about in the future. Once you get too old, you don't really care about the side effects. Let's move on. Burying myself a nice hole. Don't go shopping after taking Viagra. Exactly. Is that your personal recommendation, doctor? God, it was funny. God, I don't believe I ever did it. Okay. Oh, Audis. Okay. We don't have it. They actually said they were going to open up an Audi store down in Tasmania, but that never happened. So, no, we don't have one. So, can't access it. Oh. Okay. Shit, is it the time? Bloody hell, I'm having fun tonight. Evening, or ever hearing Tasmania say, sorry, I'm losing it. Even hearing Harry say, ecstatic is making my tummy rumble. Yeah. I'm going to put some eggs onto boil. Why not? Why not? Yes. Eggs are nice. I enjoy them. Actually, I don't know what I like best, whether it's poached egg or fried egg. They're very different. Wouldn't you say, Bo? Very different. You know, I sort of like them both, but in different ways. Like on a steak, if it's like raw meat, I like poached. I do a poached more than fried. But like I had one case where I did like really thin sliced meat, which was raw meat. I seasoned with salt and pepper and all that. And I actually put a bit of oregano, no, rosemary. I put a bit of rosemary, and then I poached a really nice egg. It wasn't a perfect poached. I can be a bit sloppy in, sometimes I need to remember, let the temperature, get to the right point. But anyway, that's another side issue. And then just had that and just broke it all over it, and was just really nice. Sort of melted, or just went all over the place, and you can just cut it up in small pieces of really thinly sliced meat with poached egg and seasoned with salt and pepper. Oh, really nice. Yes. So many different ways you can do things. It's just, yeah. Yeah, exactly. They get the benefit. Exactly. Yes. What are you saying? Cheaper than a dildo? Do you think there's a genetic component on how much salt one needs? My traditional Norwegian diet contains a lot of salted fish and meats. So does mine, my tradition as well. There is some research that I've been looking at. It has to do with people going to Mars or places like that in space. It's sort of space-based research, and looking at different foods. And obviously these people are on a mixed diet, not not a carnivore diet. But it was interesting how sodium levels tend to fluctuate between 7 days. So you would think that the excretion rate of sodium would be the same. It's not. It seems to basically the body retains and goes through a cycle like 7 days and sort of releases more and then takes up more and sort of goes through this cycle. It's like basically trying to make sure that it's, because remember, a lot of the ATP that's used by the kidneys is to basically recycle sodium and uric acid. And so I think there is this sort of sodium uric acid cycle that is actually happening. We don't really understand it that well. It's very recent research where they've actually taken like precise measurements, and they've coded and put people into like machines where they can actually see them exactly where the sodium deposits are and how they're moving through the kidneys. So it's really interesting sort of stuff. So most people thought that it was just sort of like a day-to-day sort of, we go through these, you take in and all that. And it probably explains why some days you really have this ravenous, you really want a lot of salt. And then other days you don't want any. It sort of makes sense, that cycle, that 7-day cycle. I don't understand enough about it. I want to try. You know what I'm like? I'm a details person. I need to understand why it happens. And these people aren't really explaining that. And I'm trying to sort of go through looking at older studies and all that, trying to understand whether any old research from the 1920s or 30s or in the 50s or 60s that talk about sodium and in the kidneys and stuff like that have taken different measurements. I'm trying to work out, with the modern science that we've got, and we've looked at this sort of stuff together with some of the others to try and work out exactly what is happening within the body to make these fluctuating, fluxes. It doesn't surprise me. Your hormones go through these sort of stages. I mean, a lot of things do go through these sort of things. So it doesn't surprise me that uric acid, sodium, a lot of other things have these sort of cycles or whatever. The only thing is I don't know enough about it. I don't think anybody does. And I'm trying to understand it, trying to get my head around it. I've got a couple of hypotheses why and how, what are the mechanisms and why it's happening and all that. I think it's basically potentially one way for the body to basically conserve energy at the kidneys and at the same time sort of make, like, rather than doing a day-to-day adjustment. So you don't want to dump too much one day. You may have a bigger requirement the next day. By going through this sort of cycling, you can sort of, like average things out a bit better maybe, or something like that. It's sort of a hypothesis, a work in progress. Let's put it that way. That's all it is at this stage. So, I'll come back with something a bit more definitive. I think there are some genetics in terms of your salt requirements, not this flux and salt sort of wanting, but yeah, I'm still trying to get my head around all that stuff. So, yes, stay tuned, and yes. God, Loki got up randomly. Got to sleep a bit more. Fucking hell. G'day, Loki. Fucking hell, mate. You're as bad as some of these characters here. Bo and a few others. Bloody hell, don't you sleep? Doesn't anybody sleep anymore? God, must be some us old codgers that still do it. Yes. Yes. I do think there is one other thing that I will mention, and it's important. I have noticed that my needs aren't as high as they used to be, especially in keto. On a carnivore diet, they seem to be, my antidiuretic hormones have sort of been upregulated, and it seems like I neither had this big, massive drive for fluids, and I have neither this big, massive flux for sodium. So I consume as much as I want, and my body makes all the adjustments. I sort of listen to my body more of that. Sometimes I feel like more sodium, sometimes I feel like less. And I just basically fluctuate in that way. So I listen to my body. You see it in some of the tribal people as well. They can go for days and then they'll go after the salt. And it's the same thing with animals, like goats will go for quite a number of days, and then they'll literally go up a side of a cliff to try and find salt, So I do think there is some truth in this cycle. So your salt cravings go up and then they come down. And so they go through this cycle. It's interesting. It's just, I'm trying to wrap my head around, because we see it in nature. We see animals behave like this. They'll go a number of days without really wanting salt, and then they are looking for it all over. They'll come back to the salt where the farmer puts a bit of a salt block out, and they'll sit there licking it for hours, and then they go away for days, and they'll come back. So I think all animals, I think, have a salt cycle, and it makes sense. You would never have access on a day-to-day basis of salt. Now, I think that populations, since we moved out of a tribal state and we started basically using salt before refrigeration, and I think our bodies got adjusted to that. They realized there's going to be always sodium in, and it explains some of the actual esoteric studies in the past, where the excretion of salt was much higher in some cases compared to other cases. You were still going through this this cycle, but it meant some days you're excreting more than others. And I think that cycle still holds. Just because you're getting more, the body says, well, I don't need that excess, so it's going to excrete most of it to get rid of more of it. So it sort of makes sense in that regard. Why, when you consume more salt, you can get higher excretion rates. It sort of explains things. It's just we've changed the dynamics of that because of the high insulin or insulin resistance, which we never had up until very recent. So that's where we fucked it all up. But before insulin resistance, when we were even back in the 50s and 60s, when when we were having some mixed stuff, we were more physically active, we were more insulin sensitive because of our higher insulin, higher physical activity. Our body could regulate those extra salts and all that sort of stuff really, really well. I think we just dysregulated ourselves in the last 40, 50 years. And we've become confused. We look at sodium from the prism of sick people, not of past healthy people. And that's where all this confusion about sodium is where it's come. I think there is a cycle, because that's what the science in regards to astronauts has shown. And they have to get it right because they're going to be sending people to Mars or whatever, and that's long distance. They have to know exactly how to adjust dietary and whatever else. So that's why they're looking at that. But it also explains why animals behave very similar in these sort of cyclical, days without, and then overconsumption and all that. It sort of makes sense also why you have this urge for more salt certain days, and other days you don't really feel like any. It makes sense that we go through these cycles. And the reality is humans would have never been able to access on a daily basis that with such ease. So, and then they would have gone to riverbeds and stuff like that to access it on those days, which they needed, where they felt, I need more sodium. The Maasai don't bother. And the reason they don't bother is because they they get it from the blood of the animals, so they don't need to. It's more the tribal people that hunt and all that will seek occasionally salt, where the Maasai don't consume it at all. And I know that from George V. Mann years ago, where he said that they don't seem to consume any salt. That even if you give it to them, they won't take it. They're not interested. It's because they were getting the sodium from the blood of the animal and the iron and stuff like that. So there was no need for it. But yeah, it's interesting anyway. It's interesting. Still trying to wrap my head around it. I hope they gave everybody a bit of insight to this sort of stuff. There's a lot of things we still don't know. We talk about this sort of stuff, but yeah, there's a lot of things that we still don't understand. I don't think you've probably heard from anyone out there talking about this sort of cycling of sodium via the kidneys, this sort of regulation system of a weekly cycle. Nobody's talking about it because nobody's looking at that research. But it makes sense because you look at other animals, they behave very similar. So it doesn't surprise me now, but, it's just one of those things. Shell's up as well. Oh, bloody hell. Does anyone sleep anymore? G'day, Shell. It's also Trouble's birthday. Wish a happy birthday as well. Oh, bloody hell, he does, the man. That he's a beast. He's a superhuman. Powered on green veggies, mate. Green veggies. He's a super god. I mean, I'll tell you one thing. Blinky's making a bit of a small statue of him so he can pray to the great god and his lordship, Dr. Gregor. Aren't you, Blinky? What's Dom got for me? Oh, there you go. Exactly. Nice one, mate. Exactly. There they go. They will literally seek out salt like mad. Remember, for my auntie, did help herding goats. And I know the little bastards would do something like this sometimes. And you can tell, you just basically sat there and go, oh, well, when is that little fuck going to come down and all that? But, you don't make the connection. And then later in life, you look at this research and you go, oh, the animals were doing that, weren't they, Harry? Then you have this epiphany that, you saw it, but you didn't make the connection because you're a young kid, so you're more interested in other things. But yes, thank you, Dom. Throw a steak on the Barbie. Sounds like a Japanese thing would do on actually, yeah. That sort of Barbie is not the Barbie we're talking about, mate. Wrong translation. Yes. Look, he's poorly translated it. He doesn't realize that, Trouble. It's really funny. Funny as. Oh, I don't. Now he's gone all Portuguese on me. Hey, Lukey, what is he saying? Subtitles. Barbecue. Yeah, Barbie also means Barbie doll. You're putting a steak on her. Yeah, sick thoughts. Sorry. Correct myself. I need to be spanked. Told you that Roy guy can be a problem. Thank you, Melina. Yes. Yes, that education didn't go to complete waste in a sense. Speaking of Viagra, Bo. I just noticed I had an extra Safari browser open, and on it was Vegan Gains with his eggplant in his hand from Sky's latest video. Oh God, I can imagine. That girl, yes, she's funny as fuck. Yes, very funny. What I'll do is I'll actually I know she's busy and sometimes she'll come on a bit. It's like all YouTubers. Sometimes they don't have enough time. Let me just remove that. And yeah, I'll have to basically at some point, I'll have to ask her to come on and we'll do like a comedy thing. Myself get Bart on with Ted and do like a comedy special. That'll be funny as, I think. So we'll think about that. I'll see if I can organize something. I have gained weight on Carnivore. Suspect leptin resistance. Any tips on how to reverse leptin resistance? Thank you. You can actually fast, and fasting will basically definitely correct a lot of that sort of stuff. It's like insulin resistance or leptin resistance because they are related. Sometimes a long fast, like an 80-hour fast, can be a great reset. Do it a water fast. Don't do a dry one. Do a water fast, bit of sodium and stuff like that. And that should help sort of reset. That's the fastest way of doing it, actually. Many of those things, fasting actually is one of the quickest resets you can do. So, and it also sorts out. But the best way of actually increasing your metabolic rate, pump some iron. Bigger muscles, more high metabolic rate. Smaller muscles, lower metabolic rate. So if you add a bit of, pumping some iron, you don't have to go crazy. Just a couple of minutes, like my father does. 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes in the afternoon, and eats more meat. And he's rebuilt. But he had big muscles before, so a lot of myonuclei, so it helps. But you can still build some. And it's better because it will increase your metabolic rate. I better get Bjorn sorted. Yes, so you're welcome. That's for the vitamin D thing. Oh, yes, exactly. Roy, get it right. Oh. Most of the deaths of 1919 were from mask pneumonia. Don't really know about that. I don't think so. But I don't think the masks really caused any. People talk about it, but no, you don't need masks to get pneumonia. Let's put it that way. It was a quite virulent infection, which weakened immune systems much more than others. And it was also a period when apparently the solar, I think at the same time, from memory, I think there was a period there that that year was much colder. And usually when it's colder, respiratory infections are much more stronger. So it sort of came together. It's a bit like when the Black Plague hit. It was much colder period, and it tended to make things worse. Warmer weather is actually better, much safer. Colder weather, it's what usually kills you, makes it harder to get rid of both bacterial and viral infections. So, yes, so it was much colder and made people a bit more susceptible. T1, they're still floating around like a butterfly. Butterflies are beautiful. They are cute, beautiful, and nice. There is nothing cute and beautiful about about Blinky. Dom, get it right, mate. Even Blinky laughed about that. He thought that was humorous. He goes, he looked at himself in the mirror cracked, and he said, "What the fuck? What's Dom on? What sort of drugs is he on? I like them." Did he actually react? No, he hasn't reacted yet. Blinky's sort of gone quiet, or he's gone to sleep. The mirror fell on him. Oh, he must. Don't know what happened to T2. I've got no idea. Nobody's seen him anywhere. No one knows. Absolutely no one knows. We don't know whether it was basically Blinky having two personas. That's what the word is around, that he had two personas. Is that true, Blinky? But we have no idea what happened to him. There's another rumor that Blinky ate him. He was saying that he believed birds should be eaten. He did make that comment. So we don't know what happened. But considering the nefarious things that Blinky gets up to, anything is possible. It's the optimal best diet, according to Dr. Gregor, the supreme Dr. Gregor. Yes. I mean, the things that I have to do a special course just for Blinky, improve his trolling, do an advanced course. He's still a novice. Yeah, I know, Dom, it's a struggle, but somebody has to do it. Oh, God, I can only imagine. It'd be worse than Frankie's. Or Richard's. Oh, God. God damn. Yep, that's old news. We're moving on. How far I'm really behind. We're 4 hours. Bloody hell. I'm gonna go right down to the bottom and then come up. There you go. I'm at the bottom. I got it to the bottom. Veganism is the best diet for all stages of death. I agree with you, Dr. Gregor. Completely agree with you. Yes. Could be perhaps Blinky and Bell are conjoined twins. Nice one, Shell. Nice one. Blinky has tapped his eyes and shut cause. He operates the stronger hand. Oh, he would have creamed all over him and probably suffocated him. I couldn't help myself. Oh, thanks, Shell. You're a woman after my own heart. Too much. Oh, Blinky's gone hiding. Cleaned himself up, possibly. What do you do if you have chest pain? I'm not. Just a question. Depends. Chest pain's can happen for a lot of different reasons. Are you getting basically left down the arm of your hand, Is there basically pain? Sort of, that could be it. If it's just basically left chest pain, it could be, heartburn. It could be due to, gallbladder issues. Sometimes they can radiate from not only from the right, but also they can concentrate in the middle because of the ducts that are connecting. Because the left, usually if the lower part, you'll get basically You know, if you're not sweaty like mad, you're not basically having, shortness of breath and all that, it's not a heart issue. It usually tends to be either esophageal or, or basically something related to your digestive thing, stomach or whatever, or basically the ducts, because that comes up through that middle part as well, where, there could be a bit of sludge going through or whatever. So, yeah, could be a number of different things that could cause something like that. It could be basically something in your spine, disc, potentially, which then radiates through those nerve endings. So these are a lot of possibilities. But if you're not feeling shortness of breath and you're not basically, struggling, it usually has nothing to do with the heart or the lungs. So, but it could be one of the sort of digestive related issues. Could be all that as well, pull a muscle. That as well can be a thing as well. So true. Jaffa, good to see you, mate. Yeah, I'm still here, I know. Yes. Yeah, Blinky's gone AWOL again. He comes and goes, throws his remarks and then pisses off. Yes, you know what Blinky's like. He's reckless. What if you're having neck and jaw pain with chest pain? Then it could be related to your heart. Potentially, yes. That sounds more like something like that. But it also could be you may have pinched a nerve as well. And that could be an issue as well. I thought I was having a heart attack once and it was pulled shoulder. There you go. So, yeah, it could be a nerve in your neck, that area as well. Some people, I remember somebody having something like that. So that could be it as well. Yeah. Sort of those sort of pains and all that is nothing. The real giveaway is far more sweating, especially when the shortness of breath increases. At the end of the day, the heart isn't working strong enough to circulate and clear out the carbon dioxide and get oxygen in. And so the lungs capacity starts dropping. So when you've got a heart issue, you know it. You start losing the capacity, to basically perform in that regard. And it's not something like you can't breathe. That's a different thing. So it doesn't feel like that. I can tell you from my own experience that it's a shortness of breath. It's like you don't have the same capacity. You're extremely tired and you're struggling to move very efficiently or easy. The body just is struggling to generate enough, capacity and all that. So you're sweaty quite a bit. The sweat increases. The more you try to exert yourself, the sweat really profusely. It's those things. When you've got these strange pains and stuff like that, it's not the same. A mate of mine had something similar with a viral infection where had no other issue. It was just basically, he thought again, heart and all that. Nah, nothing wrong with his heart, nothing wrong with his lungs in terms of oxygenation and all that. Everything fine, but had difficulty breathing. And it was a viral thing. We upped the vitamin D, eliminated the problem. And, well, it's nearly gone. But it was, severe sort of a respiratory thing that was actually, it wasn't even causing pneumonia or anything like that. There was no fluids or anything like that. It was just basically really causing sort of breathing issues. So it was feeling like you running out of the breath, or even though the body was working properly, it was causing this like an anxious type thing. It was very strange the way he describes it. So, yes. So there are so many variations. Thanks, Jules. That's exactly things there. Don't self-diagnose yourself. If you're not certain, go to the emergency, get yourself checked. They actually do a quick blood test, and they will actually find whether you have any of the proteins that actually indicate that something's going wrong with your heart. If you don't have anything like that, it's something else. It's a very easy, quick test. So don't neglect it. Go straight, find out. Because none of us have come to the carnivore diet or the keto diet or whatever clean. We all came damaged with all of underlying damage. And without, it would take months and months and months and years to reverse all the damage. You have to do biohacks. So if you're just doing carnivore, that's not going to reverse a lot of things. And if you're losing weight on a carnivore diet, you're also releasing a lot of free fatty acid from your adipose tissue. A lot of that could be PUFA coming from seed oils that got stored. That's going to cause new inflammation, new damage, isn't it? It's not the carnivore diet. It's all the bad stuff coming out and now causing you new issues. So that's where you need a low dose vitamin E, which I've talked about, a Jarrow one from, so that's one option. And that takes about 4 to 5, 7 years to deal with that stored PUFA. So there's all these issues. And, people keep on blaming certain things. And I say, well, give me a background exactly and symptoms and stuff like that. And usually I track it down to a number of these things. And once you provide them with the right supplementation and adjustment, it all sort of seems to settle and sort itself out. So, yes. It's just basically people look at the moment. They don't consider all the implications of past and current interactions and stuff like that. So, yes. Don't just make assumptions. Exactly. Ibuprofen makes my heart race. Yes, it does. In some people, not in mine, but I don't use that stuff anyway. But in some people, it does. That's true. There's a genetic reason for that. I'm actually able to clear it out of my system quite well, my genetics. So it doesn't affect me. But some people, it does affect really badly. So, yes, there are specific detoxification pathways and genetics that basically deal with that in one way or another. It is very much true. What do you mean? How does it get processed? Saturated fat can actually either act as a structural material in the body or something that it gets oxidized at the mitochondria. And it's also used for hormones, for the production of hormones. So that's how it's used in the body. It also, some fatty acids like stearic and palmitate and all that can also, at certain flux, at certain amount, can actually induce different rates of reverse electron transport through complex 1, which actually uses a ROS signaling, a reactive oxygen species signaling sort of method of signaling to the actual cell itself, so the DNA telling it, we need to ramp up machinery to build up more mitochondria, so to actually biogenesis more mitochondria. So it can actually have all these different effects. Yes, and it's very stable as well. Doesn't go rancid or yes. But anyway, what if you can't move and you hear your heart beating? Exactly. Well, depending on where you are. You're in California, so dial 991. In Australia, it's 000. So, yes. Scream. That's why I love Shell. She's got a wicked sense of humor like me. That happened in September before I went low carb. One, sleep paralysis. Yes, never heard of that. God, you've had some strange experiences, mate. It could be. Yeah, panic attack. Yep. Yes. Yes, it basically could have been a panic attack. Yep. So, guys, fuck, it's over. It's 4:15. It's just as bad as the previous one. I'm going to basically pull the pin because it's 10:20 at the moment. So I got to go to bed. And I heard that my laundry had stopped out there, so I better take that out as well. So yes. Read what one? I have. Oh, picnic attacks. Okay. I love your sense of humor. Neither have I. Sleep paralysis. I think everybody gets paralyzed, don't they, when they go to sleep? I hope they do. Otherwise, they sleepwalkers. Yes. Well, folks, after eating 3 eggs, I'm off to get some sleep. Yes, you do, and me as well. After I hang up my laundry and then basically go to friggin' sleep myself. Yep. Good night, guys. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. We had a bit of fun. Had a bit of our regular sort of frivolous stuff and some informative stuff as well. Okay. I never had that experience. Usually a lot of these things are related to diet and genes, and usually when you get on a species-appropriate diet, a lot of this sort of stuff does tend to go away. There's sometimes adjustment and transition periods, but that's what I've noticed with a lot of people. So, it is. Yes, that as well. I've heard of that as well. But I think it does relate to some sort of dietary and genetics. Yep. Dave, good to see you, mate. And night to you as well. You're less involved in the humour tonight. Tired, mate. Yeah, I've heard that it can be caused by stress. A mate of mine had something similar. So, yeah. It's hard when you've never experienced something to really know, to understand it, because sometimes experiencing something can help in that regard. Just try and actually get it naturally and don't overdo it. Try and also avoid blue light and vitamin D in the afternoon. Never take vitamin D after 3 o'clock. And I actually don't. I usually, if I'm going to take vitamin D in winter, 11 o'clock in the morning. 11 o'clock. I think it's the safest there. It's just as you're basically, that's the time when, just about the time when your cortisol's coming down to the lowest, it sort of flat lines, and then melatonin starts coming up in the afternoon. So I think the best time is about 11 o'clock, the sweet spot for vitamin D, because it can suppress melatonin. So that can be another issue. Yes. Yeah, look, different people have different things. There are ApoE44s that are hyper responders, where people like me, I was higher on a SAD diet, and on a low carb diet, I'm lower. So, yeah, a lot of differences due to genetics. So nothing to really worry about. Let the genes express and do what they want. It all has to do with also chylomicron remnants, which I've spoken about. And if you want to learn more about that, there's a video that I did with Pim Johnson, and you should check that out. The other thing is, guys, you should also check a new channel out on diabetes and try and get it circulating around. I don't know why she's not making as much traction in the community, which is annoying, that she's not getting enough support. So please support Pim. It's a smart the Smart Diabetes Academy. Put it on your social media, guys. You know, there it is. And basically, I will pin it to the top as well. You know, basically put it on your social media and let other people know in your family and all that Pim is doing some really good work in that area. So get the message out there. There's a lot of people that she can help that do need her help because they are, you know, pretty piss poor, you know, in their diet, and they need somebody to basically, and she will coach them through much better than sometimes. It's much harder when you're a related, you know, so yep. Look, she's a top lady, and we need to try and actually promote her out there because currently the channel's only still got about 310 subscribers. We need to get the subscribers up, and we need to promote her in social media around the place, you know. So get working hard out there and promoting Pim on your social media. I've put her whole channel and I've put all her latest stuff on my Facebook. Both I tweet. I'm a tweet. I Twitter as well. Yeah. So yeah, get out there and get the people to know her. She's really good. She's got that really, for the average person out there, she's perfect. You know, she's got that really nice, easygoing, really comfortable. She's, you know, really nice in that regard. And she's perfect for that role, you know. And she's got really a lot of wealth of information. She can help a lot of people. In a lot of our families that are basically really, unfortunately, they've gone down the route of all the cranky, crazy stuff. And she's a wealth of information that can really help a lot of people. You know. Anyway, guys, I'm out of here. See yous. I love yous all. And take care. And I will see you guys next week. And shall Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning, depending on all the processing of that video. You know, so it will be one of those days. I still need to do the processing tomorrow, and hopefully that because it takes a couple of hours to run through and actually join all the stuff and make sure that it all gels properly, the sound and everything, that it's uniform, because I have to normalize the sound throughout the whole stuff so it all sounds at the same sort of sound level, so to speak. You know what I mean. And once that's done, then I'll post it, and that will be either Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning at this stage. Anyway, see you guys, and thanks for being here. Good night.